so everyone knows, the declaration's getting a bin by it. That is part of the silent auction. Chinese auction, sorry. Chinese auction. In full compliance with Pennsylvania code and law.
All right, everybody, it's 1 o'clock. Let's go ahead and have our seats so we can gavel back in.
How's this, TJ? Is it beautiful? Do I sound beautiful?
It does. Reese, you're just going to stay close here, right? You want to check mic 2? You checked with it too? Okay, very good. Alpha, is yours on? I might have turned yours off a little bit ago. All right, it is 1:01. We're going to go ahead and gavel back into session. Okay, we're going to go ahead and go to the credentialing report, and then we have a motion to get brought back up that was postponed till the afternoon. So, Reese?
Welcome back from lunch, everyone. I have an updated credentials report for everyone. We credentialed 3 additional individuals for part of the credentialing report. So that brings our total number of credentialed currently to 57. Sure. I would take up the motion.
Okay, great. Now, we did have a portion of the original motion on the credentials report in the morning that was postponed till the afternoon session. And that was to get Mr. J. Rutter back, to put him onto the credentialing report for voting purposes. Mr. Secretary, does anybody else need a recap or anything like that on any of that information, or do we go right into further debate, or we can vote on it? Okay, seeing no hands or anything, I'm sorry. Yes, I said we're bringing back up the motion to put Mr. Rutter onto the credentialing report so he has access to vote. Then I asked if there was anybody who had any questions about that or would like to bring up any more debate, or if not, then we can just go ahead and move to a vote at that point. So if I don't see anybody come up to the mic in the next 5 seconds or so, we will go ahead and move to a vote. Excellent. Okay. So all in favor of putting Mr. J. Rutter on to the credentialing report for voting purposes, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Abstentions? Noted. Thank you. That has passed. Mr. Rutter, you are now a voting delegate for the LPPA. All right. Thank you. Now we will go ahead and I will proceed to give the gavel back to the governance chair, so that way we can commence with the vote for chair.
All right, everyone. The business that we had left off of before recessing for lunch was the process of electing our LPPA chair. The candidates gave speeches, did Q&A, and it's time to proceed to a vote now on the candidates. Mr. Secretary, do you want to outline the voting process, or?
Yes. So what we're going to do is I've got a teller team here that'll go out and hand cards out to everyone who's a voting delegate here. You guys will go through, fill out your votes, fold them over if you feel the need to. We're going to collect them, and then we'll sit up here and count them. I'm going to do a process where I have different tellers, one after another, go through and count separately. So we'll have separate tally sheets to make sure that everything's, tallied correctly. And then we'll try to get you a speedy result. Thank you.
I would ask that all our members please show your delegate voting ribbon to the teller team as you collect your ballot to ensure that the delegates are the ones voting. I'd like to say that often where conventions drag on is the voting process. So I ask that everyone, get their card, vote, turn it in. I'd like us to be a bit quick with this. I would hate for us to drag on unnecessarily. So yeah.
You need to go to the cemetery to get a relative.
All right. Are there any questions? Then I believe we can just sort of stand at ease right now while the teller team works to pass out ballots and vote. Yeah. We're standing at ease. You guys can, chit chat some if you want. We don't have to sit in complete silence for the next 5 minutes. While we're doing this, I think maybe a couple more announcements of what's coming up should be in order. So right now we're going around and we're selling tickets to the Chinese auction. So if anyone's interested in acquiring tickets, I believe Brittany has them at the front.
We spelled her name.
Okay, so the rules for counting ballots is as long as it's clear which candidate you're voting for, it's okay. So if you leave off the apostrophe in D'Orazio, the teller team knows that you guys meant Tony D'Orazio and not some random D'Orazio that doesn't have the apostrophe. But if you put Tony Deal, they'll have no clue who you're talking about at all, and that ballot will have to be rendered void. As always, you can write in any candidate you wish, and you can vote for Noda as always.
I'm sorry, that's your name.
Don't forget about me, teller team. I don't.
Alpha, do we want to just have people, I'll start to bring up the ballots, because they're all numbered and everything. As long as everyone's gotten a ballot, who needs a ballot?
Has everyone gotten a ballot that is a voting delegate and wishes to vote? No more ballots for the election will be passed out now. That one was 150. If you have your ballots completed, please put them in the air so the teller team can come around and collect them.
Like in church. Anybody else?
Okay, it is the last call for ballots. If you have your ballot and it is filled out, or even if it's not filled out, you can turn in your ballot. I would request if you have your ballot, even if you didn't fill it out or don't wish to use it, please just return it for record-keeping purposes. So does everyone have the ballot turned in? All right, no more ballots will be accepted now. The teller team will now begin counting and verifying the election. All right, everyone. Could I have Mr. D'Orazio and Mr. Deal come to the lectern? If either of you lose, would you want to run as vice chair of the state party? So is it all right if we proceed to the next election? Okay. Yep, I just wanted to make sure that no one wanted to go for the next race, so I will. All right, everyone. Well, we kind of already gaveled back in. So we are, I guess, we're out of standing at ease for voting. I conferred with both the chair candidates, and they have informed me that neither wishes to run for vice chair if they lose the chair election. And so therefore, we are able to proceed with the next elections on the agenda, which would be the vice chair elections. So we're now going to proceed on with our agenda. And so I'm going to pass the gavel back to our state chair, Mr. Deal. I mean, unless you want me to keep going, but I'll keep going.
No, you're good. All right, great. Thank you. Thank you so much, Reese. I appreciate that. So whenever the tallies are finished, Mr. Secretary, please let me know whenever the tallies are finished. Then I'll give the mic and the gavel back to Reese to announce those results and everything like that. So at this point, we are going to open the floor for nominations. I need a motion to open the floor for nominations. Second?
Second.
All right, cool. Everybody good with that? All right, cool. All right, nominations are now open. Go ahead.
Hi, Tony D'Orazio, Clearfield County. I nominate Pete Schwartz.
Thank you. Pete? He accepts. Okay, excellent. We have any other nominations?
Yes, Brandon Bentram, Bucks County. I would like to nominate Nick Zaselski for vice chair.
Thank you. Nick, you accept. Thank you. Do we have any other nominations for vice chair? We have a motion to close nominations. Second. Anybody opposed to closing nominations for vice chair? Okay, excellent. Nominations are closed. So just by regular agreement, are we all pretty good with the standard how we did it with the chair? 5 minutes and then about 10 minutes worth of questions. Was that how we did that? Was 5 minutes for? Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure that's exactly what it was. Well, then we extended 5 minutes if we needed that time. But all right, so if we are good with that, we'll go ahead and give each of the chair candidates in order of nomination an opportunity to come up. You'll have 5 minutes. Since Allison was our timekeeper, and she is busy doing something, somebody else want to take care of that? We have Mrs. Bissell back there. All right, thank you so much for that. So we'll ask Mr. Schwartz to come on up, Pete, and we'll give you the floor whenever you're ready. We'll go ahead and get that timer started. And you can actually take a look. She'll have the green, yellow, and red cards back there. So Pete, take it away. Thank you.
So Alpha has to bring it up? Yep. I mean, I'll allow Nick to go first if that helps. If he doesn't. Okay. That's fine.
All right, so we're going to do a little bit change up here. Pete actually has a map that he'd like to pull up, and since the secretary is in the middle of counting the votes, we're going to go ahead and let Nick Zaselski actually stop up and give his 5-minute speech first. All right, Nick, thank you. Come on up.
Give me 1 second. There we go. How's it going, everyone? My name is Nick Zaselski, and for those of you who don't know me or I haven't met or talked to yet, I was the 2024 candidate for PA State Treasurer, nominated by this convention body. That was my first foray into running for office, and I believe I served this party well. with nearly 100,000 votes across the state and maintaining our minor party status. I decided I wanted to run for vice chair this year because vice chair is per our bylaws, is a very operational role. What I've been doing as a board rep from Westmoreland County is setting strategic plans, long-term, short-term goals, and I believe as vice chair, I am well in that is the best position to continue that work, to provide for this party so that we can continue to build and grow over time. You know, what's important there as vice chair is being able to work with our committees to turn these larger goals into these long-term goals into short-term goals, which we've adopted, and last year had a fairly good success rate on hitting them or coming close to these goals. We've reset goals this year, and we're looking to further develop from there. What I want to do is work with with our committees, get these goals down into tasks, you know, individual tasks. These committees can then, you know, get out to volunteers. What I've noticed is you have two kinds of people who end up volunteering for the party. They end up coming in and they want to get involved and they can't seem to grasp it and they kind of fall away. And then you have other ones who come in and get overburdened and then burn out, and we lose those good volunteers. And I want to find a way that we stay sustainable by creating smaller tasks and a more organized professional environment here to keep our volunteers on track and moving this party forward. It's about the little things that we need to get done. It's been mentioned here, the CRM, the data. You know, we need to be able to do little things like automatic emails whenever memberships are coming up, following up with phone calls, and retaining our membership that already exists while bringing in new people. Yeah, beyond serving as the Westmoreland board rep, I've also had a history as serving as the vice chair for the Libertarian Party of Georgia. I've served multiple committees, public relations, finance committee, worked with people across the party. I think I have a pretty good working relationship with just about everyone. And that is what I'm trying to do here, and hope as your hopefully vice chair. Thank you.
All right, while the secretary brings up the map that was requested, I'm going to let Pete come on up, and we'll let him have his couple minutes. Thank you.
Afternoon, everybody. Most of you who were here for the elected Libertarian Forum have already heard I have a term outside election or outside office and inside office. So Nick and I are running for vice chair. I call that an inside office. Being auditor, being township supervisor, that's an outside office. So you've heard my background about outside offices. Twice elected as auditor, served as township supervisor. I'd like to talk a little bit about my background on inside offices. I've been the affiliate chair of Berks County for 5 years. And now with our reorganization this year, in our charter year, chair for Berks Chesmont. For the past 2.5 years, I've been a regional rep. I also served as chair of the convention committee in 2023 for Reading. And for the last 1.5 years, I've been on affiliate support. This is, actually, it's a little bit old, but we're working with it. This is what your map looks like when you go on to lppa.org today. If you were to look for an affiliate, this is what you're going to see. Had you done this 2 years ago, it would be about just over half of what you're seeing here. The gold counties, those are affiliated counties. We've been busy either affiliating or re-affiliating on affiliate support old counties who had left us and brand new counties. My opponent is a great guy. Absolutely a great guy. The difference between us is minimal, but I have a different vision for the regional reps and for the vice chair. 2 years ago, people said, why do we need regional reps? They had forgotten the days of the vice chairs. Regional reps now have a new focused purpose, in part because of this. Now regional reps can charter a new affiliate. Now regional reps are becoming more focused with the affiliates under their territory. We're going to start getting back to regional reps in the days of the old vice chairs certifying affiliate elections. The vice chair, I think the vice chair should be in a position to lead the regional reps. We have a goal. Nick often talks about goals. We've had a goal for a couple of years. We call it 67 by 27. That we want to have that map be all gold by 2027. And we're doing it one county at a time. I'll tell you one county that's not on that map. That's Elk County. And why isn't Elk County on that map? Because they're about to be chartered in about 2 weeks. We're still moving. I'm asking you for the opportunity to lead that movement for the next 2 years as your vice chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pete. Thank you, Nick. Mr. Secretary, before we get into the question session, I'm going to have you gentlemen come up here momentarily. I believe that the results are ready for that. So come on back up, Reese, and we can go ahead and give the results of the chair election.
Okay. All right, everyone. We have the results of the chair election. Mr. Secretary, are you ready to? Oh, you'll state them as I say them. Okay. The votes have been tallied by the teller team, and the votes are as followed. Our winner is Mr. Greg Deal with 38 votes. Congratulations, Mr. Deal. Mr. D'Orazio came in second with 13 votes. Congratulations, Mr. D'Orazio. There were 2 abstentions, and 0 people voted NOTA. I think the fact that 0 people voted NOTA speaks to the quality of the 2 candidates before us. There's always some libertarian who's going to vote NOTA. I think anyone short of Ron Paul, they would still be voting NOTA. And so the fact that there is no NOTA votes here, I think speaks well to the election that we just hosted. So congratulations to both the candidates. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And congratulations, Tony, as well. Again, I couldn't have honestly run against a better person. And I'm looking forward to Pennsylvania supporting you in your LNC vice chair bid. Thank you. Okay. All right. So we'll have Pete and Nick come on up. We're going to go to a 10-minute time frame up here. If we want to get ready for the time, I think, yeah, we'll grab the extra chair and make sure that mic's on and have you guys come on up. I will go ahead and moderate, just like Reese did. I'm not as eloquent as Reese, but I will try. So we can start having people come up to the mics and asking questions. As soon as we get the first question started, we'll start the timer. No questions? Hold on, guys. Yeah, hold on, TJ.
Thank you. I got wheels. TJ from Bucks County. So my question is, as the vice chair, it's mostly operational, will both of you commit as vice, if you're elected vice chair, to attend fundraising committee meetings, because that's probably the more important one to me, and affiliate support meetings? I mean, Pete, I already know you're on affiliate support, but will you commit to taking the time out to attend those two meetings as a priority and other committee meetings?
I think you might be off. Your mic might be off. Alpha turns it off whenever we go. It's okay. I would turn it off too. Right. Son of a gun.
Testing. Oh, stand. Okay. Yes, absolutely. The goal would be to attend as many committee meetings as possible. That could end up being a lot of meetings, so maybe not attending the whole time. In addition to that, being in consistent contact with the chairs and key members of those committees, ensuring that there's never a question of what's going on or what I'm doing or what they're doing. You know, I want to be that bridge between the committees and the board and the committees. Make sure board expectations go to the committees and committee feedback is put in front of the board. As much as committees can come to the board, they don't always speak up on that. And I want to be that person to facilitate that that interaction.
Number one, for fundraising, yeah, I'd love to attend the fundraising. Actually, I want to be able to attend any committee that's out there. And as far as affiliate support, you can ask my wife. Sunday night won't be Sunday night if I'm not at an affiliate support meeting.
All right. Thank you. We have any more? We have somebody coming up here. Okay. I do believe both mics are working, so we can have people and we can alternate. But we'll go back over here.
Brandon Bentram, Bucks County. So we have two, I think, great candidates here. Both of you are from extreme opposite ends of the state. We're all well aware that an important part of being effective, kind of cog in this machine of our party is communication. How do you envision yourself communicating? For Nick, being on the western side, communicating and working, collaborating with the eastern side, and Pete, how do you envision yourself collaborating and working with the western side? And do you have any recent, examples of how you've been able to effectively do that in your current roles?
Pete, I guess we'll switch back and forth first. Yep. Well, number one, especially those in the Southeast probably know, I'm a big addict of Signal. I know it's a dirty word for some people, but I'm a big addict of Signal. I probably have right now about 30 or 40 different Signal chats that I'm on, all as part of the LPPA. And basically, it's real easy for me to add Allegheny, Westmoreland, Butler. I'm probably going to add every county in the state. So yeah, I can maintain that kind of communication. And when I talk about using Signal, I'm talking about literally being on there every day, talking back and forth with the chair or some of the people who are not even officers.
I'll just hold it. It seems easier than that. Yeah. Yeah. Like Pete, I am on Signal constantly as well. It is always hard to communicate across the state. It's always, it's nice being out here in the East, where I haven't been for a while. I think since I've gotten involved in the LPPA, since moving back from Georgia, we haven't had anything this far east. We had Reading in 2023, but This is some good time, FaceTime. I've tried to meet as many people here as possible that I haven't met. But yeah, what I want to do beyond that, the regional reps, the chairs, the officers of affiliates, right? All this feedback needs to come in from all the corners of the party. And while the state party doesn't micromanage the affiliates, the affiliates do comprise of what this party is, and so we need to get that feedback from chairs. And it's not always coming. It doesn't always come through on board calls. And as vice chair, I kind of want to be that point person that takes all this information coming from, like I said, the committees, our affiliates, regions, whatever.
All right. Thank you. We'll go to Mike 2 here.
Hi, yes, I think you're both really great candidates for the position, and you were going back and forth. But one point that I didn't quite understand is you had said that wasn't it on?
I know you just need to get a little closer to the mic. They need
Oh,
you
you
to
want me to
be
be closer to
a
the
little
mic?
closer to
Well,
the mic, so
okay,
everybody in the back can hear you
All right,
back
I'm
there.
sorry
Yeah,
about
no, you're
that.
fine. You're good.
No, but Pete, you said that Nick's vision was different than yours, and you based it on the map, and I really didn't understand, like when Nick gave his speech, he didn't really pick on vision particularly, and I was just trying to see how the vision was different. I know that you're trying to expand and all over, but when Nick said that he didn't have the vision, I just wonder if Nick could give more opportunity for the vision, because you didn't answer back to what he said like that. And the map and the party has been expanding according to the map. I don't know. I'm the first. This is my first time here, but I just to say the map and a different vision. Just want a better explanation of the vision, because that's. I think we all would want to expand the party state. So I was just a little bit confused and was just wondering how you'd respond to that.
Good question.
Yeah. Of course, I want to see that map all gold, as anyone else I think here does. I personally want to take a more cautious approach and build strong affiliates, larger members in the affiliates we have, expand into affiliates when we have the ground game there, to actually build it up, the affiliates in the neighboring area to help that. Sometimes you get affiliates where we have a couple dues paying members have enough dues paying members on paper, 2 or 3 people, one person leaves, one person, falls through, and then that affiliate's kind of sitting there dead. And it's not productive. And in some ways, I think that harms us. So I try to take a more cautious, I want to take a more cautious approach with that. That way we build sustainability for the future. My large goals for the party here are that, the party is here to make, change through the political process. That's through running candidates, through lobbying our elected representatives, putting pressure on them, using our candidates, anything we can do politically to get those results. There's many paths to get there. There's many paths that we can, and we shouldn't be ruling out or looking narrow. I think there's a whole lot of different ways you can do that. We have Reese, who ran, who did the cross filing. In order to do that, we need to maintain minor party status. That makes the governor race, the only statewide race this year, imperative to maintain our statewide ballot access, our statewide party status, in order to move that forward. I've been kicking around a concept for constables that I've been kind of exploring, reading through the laws, digging deep on, that I think has been overlooked. That could be a really interesting position for libertarians. So that's what I'm looking at, is where are there openings, and where can we go, and how can we fill those openings?
I think Nick probably hit on it better than I did. He is looking to be cautious. I'm looking to be more aggressive. That's not that I want to go too aggressive, that we have affiliates folding the day after they're chartered, but I would like us to be more aggressive. Once an affiliate is affiliated, then the regional rep can start nurturing them. And you can do that in many ways. Actually, as affiliates, you can do that. And that's what I want to help promote. I'm a big believer in events. In my neck of the woods, we have something every year called CanaFest. In the Southeast region, every affiliate in the Southeast region is welcome to come help at CanaFest. Literally nobody gets turned away as far as I'm concerned. And that kind of growth that I'm talking about can be facilitated by regional reps who are seeking these events and saying, you know, the next county over, they have an event next weekend, and you guys may be new, you guys may be small, but you can go help out, and you can be working side by side with other libertarians.
All right, thank you. We are out of time. Thank you. So I will entertain a motion, because we're probably going to get there, to either add 5 more or to be able to maybe hear both gentlemen and then close the questions. We motion a second to extend by 5 minutes. Any objections to that? All right, thank you. We're going to extend by 5 minutes. We'll go to you first and then you last there. All right.
Yeah, Jason McCammon, Delco County. So, Nick, one of the things that you said was a little bit questionable for me, and that was that your approach would be to try to get membership in the affiliates to grow. What is your plan for doing that?
Yeah, that's always the trick, right? Is how do we grow? And it's hard because I think a lot of what we see kind of gets cyclical. You get people that come in off of a presidential campaign or they get pissed off with the major parties. They start looking for a different outlet. They come in, they, fade out, they get pissed off, they get away from politics, they come back in. So we get this, I think we get a cyclical approach to it. Really, it does come down to being in the community, having your infrastructure, making sure affiliates get infrastructure in place. I think that's one big thing I've been trying to get on is figuring out how we train the affiliates to have, their treasurers to raise money. If you raise money, you're able to, you're able to spend that money on, letters, on phone banking, text banking, everything to reach out to registered libertarians in your county. I've tried it. I tried it a little bit with some race openings that we had pop up this past year. Didn't get much of a response in those, but we have tools like Voter Gravity where you can text bank and call bank registered libertarians in Westmoreland County. There's a small handful of us active, but there's over 1,000 registered libertarians in that county. And we have access to the data to try to go at those people that are already registered. And 5% if you get 5% of 1,000, that's a giant number.
Just to follow up, you're talking about stuff we've already done,
yeah.
right? What's the difference between what we've already done and what you're planning? Have you guys and you said you were Delco?
Delco,
yeah.
You guys have gone through that list, called everyone down the list in there? Yeah, I mean, this is always the trick, and that's what's hard. I don't have an easy solution in my mind that says if we do this one thing, people are going to come in.
Okay, so we're clear.
We have to. It comes down to what message resonates in your area. I think if by having good candidates, as Matt Zeckman was kind of up here saying, if you have that face in the community and people get used to it, I think you get a little bit more interest. I think a lot of it factors into the macro political schemes that we see as well. I think there's so many variables and it's almost impossible to say, this one thing is what I would do and it's going to change everything.
Okay. So your plan is that it's impossible. Got it.
That's not what I was saying, but okay.
Okay. Mike 2.
Yep. Joe Babula, Westmoreland County. The role in the bylaws is will assist the chair and with specific emphasis on the growth, development, and oversight of the standing committees. Can you talk? Love the growth. Love that idea. Can you talk some about the standing committees, how you're going to help the committees, like finance? We saw we have $25,000. How can we grow that amount? I was checking social media. Our best post has 700 impressions. So those two committees in particular, my question, money and outreach, how would you support those committees?
Yeah. As someone who's been involved in the finance committee, I think there's a couple things on there that I think would help. One thing is we do have an endowment fund set up. We want to get proper policies in place to run it right. But when you have an endowment fund that allows you to go to donors, offer more options for how to donate to the party, and those donors are more willing, potentially, bigger donors, to give you a potentially bigger donations when they know that you can't blow it, right? It sits in that account, it grows, we collect interest off it, we can spend that funds operations. The more, if we build that up, we fund up a lot more operations off of that, and you're not worried about what donations as much coming in. Socials are always hard on it. You've got to be up to date, and what we've come across a lot is nobody in the party is ever happy with what the social media messaging is. It's true. No matter what you do, someone's unhappy, someone's complaining to the board. They want to know, well, who approved this post? Who approved that post? Who wanted this? Who wanted that? And I think that burns out volunteers too, whenever it's, always this accusing statement there. And I've tried to work and see how we can open that up a little bit more, get more in there, get more, allow a little bit more freedom and flexibility to it. But as far as the committees, I think what we need to do is, you get a good solid core group in there. And like I said, we've assigned goals as a board that go to committee, that are for the committees. You work with the committees as the vice chair to narrow those down into tasks, right? Those tasks by those members, or when someone wants to volunteer, you plug them in. Hey, do this one simple little job. It gets done. That moves us forward. And that's really, part of what's lacking here is operationally, right? We're 100% volunteer right now. We do not have paid staff to take care of the little things. And that's what we have to pick up the slack until we get to such a place where some of those mundane tasks could be handled by someone who's getting paid to do it, and let volunteers do the fun stuff.
All right, thank you. We'll go to Pete, and then that'll be it. And we'll go to a vote. Thank you. Go ahead, Pete.
I think the big thing is being present at those committee meetings. I think if the vice chair, they got a great opportunity to reach out and help the committees. All they got to do is be present. I understand the chair is a member of every single committee. I think that extends to the vice chair as well. And just going to the meetings. The difference I would take is, I think, and I'm not saying it's different from Nick, I think the difference of what's been in the past is I would basically be there to listen, to learn, and I would much rather do that before voicing an opinion than to just go to a committee meeting and voice an opinion first and then learn the hard way. So I think just being present is what's going to help build those up and cover that.
Okay, thank you. Give me just one moment.
Not that. No.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go ahead and thank you, gentlemen. You guys can go back and have your seats. All right. So we are going to go ahead and get ready to commence with the voting for vice chair. And then as soon as we get the ballots handed out, we will, since both gentlemen do not intend to run for secretary or treasurer, we'll go ahead and move into the next portion of the executive committee at that time.
Point of information.
Point of information.
When the ballots are handed out or when they're collected?
Does it? What do you prefer, Reese?
That we should do it after we collect them. To
After
not
we collect,
distract
yes, thank
everyone.
you. Yes, you're absolutely right. I appreciate you. Ooh, look at that. Dude, listen, I appreciate your know-it-allness because I don't know where I'd be sometimes without you. Yeah. While we're waiting and going ahead and filling out the ballots, I'm going to remind you again for the fourth time, if anybody else intends to go to the LNC convention as a delegate for Pennsylvania, please stop up, not now, but stop up at some point shortly to get your name, email address, phone number on that list, so that way we can get you on the LNC delegation list. It's easier to get on as a delegate now than have to worry about having to worry about it as we have to rank our alternates and delegates after that. Here, Alpha, you just want to take.
Got it. All right.
Hey, you were waving those like a champ, though. Yep. Okay. Does anybody still have a ballot? We're going to go last call for the ballots. Anybody still have a ballot? Go ahead and raise your hand. Nope. Nope. Okay. Collection of the ballots is now closed. So we're going to go ahead and tally those up. So while we are doing that, I am going to open the nominations, or I would entertain a motion to open the nominations for secretary. All right, Luke Enzer. Any opposition to opening the nominations for secretary? Okay, thank you. Nominations are now open. Mike, to
Allison Graham for Bucks County. I'd like to make a nomination for the position of LPPA secretary for Reese Smith from Allegheny County.
okay, thank you. Reese, do you accept? Thank you.
Pete Schwartz, Berks Chesmont.
Pete?
I'd like to place in nomination Jason McCammond for secretary.
All right, thank you. Jason, you accept? All right, thank you. All right, do we have any other nominations for secretary? All right, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close nominations. Second? Any objection? Didn't think so. Cool. All right, excellent. Jason McCammond, McCammond. I get things right from time to time, not often, but from time to time. A-M-M. A as in alpha, M-M as in Mike, O-N-D. All right, thank you. We're going to go ahead and wrap this portion up because they're getting relatively close. Then we'll have, actually, you know what? There's still going to be a couple minutes. So we had Reese first, was nominated first. So we'll have him give up to a 5-minute speech, and then we'll have Jason come up and do the same. Reese?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, everyone. I'm running for the state secretary position because I believe that my experience and skill set makes me well suited for. Can you guys hear better now? Yeah. Okay. I'm running for state secretary because I believe that my experience and my skill set makes me well suited for this position. My studying of parliamentary procedure and familiarity with our governing documents, which I came to by serving as chair of our governance committee, will be instrumental in allowing me to execute the duties of secretary. I understand what the job requires and how to go about accomplishing it. As well, my time on the membership committee has provided me with familiarity with our CRM system, a database that is integral to the role of secretary, in which they are responsible for ensuring the accuracy of the data therein. In addition to my party-based experiences, I am a very organized person, and just take a look at the governance committee base camp to see what I mean. So I have the clerical skills that I believe will be a benefit to this position. In addition to these items, I have many other experiences in the party, which may not be directly relevant to the position of secretary, but provide me with a well-rounded understanding of the party, and will therefore allow me to be effective in serving all of our members of our party. For example, I have run both statewide and local campaign. For the statewide position, when I ran for state auditor general, I received the most votes of any third-party candidate running statewide. With my local school board campaign, I was able to run and win a competitive election and test a novel theory of campaign strategy. I have served on our state board of directors in multiple ways and under multiple models, including currently as the Southwest Region Representative. I'm an officer in one of our county affiliates. I serve on other statewide committees. I have twice served as the PA alternate to the National Credentialing Committee. This array of experiences enables me to better understand the party from a high level and how all the different parts are going to connect together. As secretary, in addition to all the routine tasks required of me, I want to focus some extra attention on ensuring the accuracy of our website and committee information. The website can serve as a gateway to exposing people with the Libertarian Party and its ideas. Ensuring that accurate information is on the website is integral to make it a usable tool and keep our members informed. We need to make sure our governing documents are updated quickly after changes, that contact information is kept current, and that we accurately show which areas of the state are and are not affiliated. Regarding committee information, for a long time, if you asked who was on X committee, it has been hard to get a definite answer, because we did not necessarily track who was added and removed from committees. I will work to make sure that we keep very diligent track of all this information and more. In the more routine work of this position, I commit to being timely and organized to enable all of us to operate effectively and efficiently with one another. We are a volunteer organization, so for people to dedicate their effort and energy to the party, we need to make the work they do as frictionless as possible. People get burned out when they hit roadblocks that are a relation to, information management. I believe overall that I am well suited and qualified to take on this position and serve our party effectively. So thank you all for your consideration today.
All right, thank you. Mr. McCammon, come on up.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I bet the one thing everybody's wondering here is who the hell is Jason McCammon, right? This is my first time being here at the state level, and I just want to tell you guys it's a pleasure to be here. Start off, I am from Delco. I've been serving as the vice chair at Delco. This is my second year serving as vice chair. I am a veteran of the United States Navy. Started my career very early when I was 18. Since then, I went into a large educational career and then went into IT. I've been working in IT for several years. Right now, I lead one of the largest teams at Microsoft that is completely data-driven, primarily in healthcare. I've been a member of the Libertarian Party since 2006. Started in California, moved to Pennsylvania about 6 years ago now. Got involved with my local affiliate about almost 3 years ago now. Over that time, I've been growing in the types of stuff that I've been doing with that affiliate. Also working within the region. Right now, a lot of people who do know me as the gun show guy. I've been leading the charge with establishing booths at the local gun shows and some of the Canifests with Pete. We just hand out information. We found that that's been very effective in getting our literature in the hands of real world people in a setting that is very very familiar to them. I've been funding all of this myself. We were talking about budgets and You know, more than 10% of that budget I spend every year out of pocket just providing information to people. At the gun shows, I spend about $3,700 a year just handing out literature funding that gun show. Okay. And that's literally just one aspect of the several that I've been funding. When it comes down to the responsibilities of secretary at the state level, I feel that it should be very data driven. You know, Reese was talking about how, you know, it is that we need to capture a lot of these records accurately, and we need to be able to summarize those things and get them out. Those are the types of technologies that I literally build at Microsoft every day. Okay. And that's definitely something that I could bring into the LPPA and make that more efficient moving forward. It's, you know, it's something that's been a passion of mine for a long time. You know, building things that people use that end up becoming huge. And that's what I feel like we could do here in LPPA. We've done a lot. I mean, if you look at what we started a couple years ago when Pete and I first met and we started working on getting the booths set up, and then what you look at what we have today, it's night and day difference. You know, what we started with and where we're going, it's going to be even bigger. And I feel like I'm the kind of person that can take us there because I understand the requirements. I understand what it is that we need to do. And I can see that vision of the future. And I just know we can get there. And I feel like we can get there together. Thank you very much.
All right. Before we move on, I have some results, and it's going to throw a little hiccup in here. So we have a tie. All right. 26 votes apiece with 2 votes for NOTA. Okay. I don't think we have, right. So obviously there's no majority, but what I'm saying is we're going to need to revote. So I know. Yes. Mr. D'Orazio? So 23 yays. All opposed, raise their hand. All opposed? This is going to be 23-23. We got one up here too. 19. All right. And then we're going to have the rest that are going to be abstentions. So I'm going to call it that we're going to let them come up. I believe that we reset the time for 10 minutes. Okay. 5 minutes? Perfect. Okay. So what we are going to do now is give these guys 5 minutes. Anybody who wants to speak, come up to the table. Gentlemen, if you want to come up here again, and we can do that. So we'll have anybody else come to the microphone. Yeah, and then you two gentlemen can do that. Whoever wants to take it first. Okay. Somebody counting time for me to keep on the clock.
He's trying to get us in frame.
Right, so I'm looking at the fuzzy
TJ, can you get the time for me, please? I know I'm having you. No, I'm like the time meaning at 5 minutes. Whenever go ahead and start it. We're going to start on mic one with Mr. Bissell. He was the first one up.
All right, so my question was related to the fact that you says I want to kind of redefine the role of the vice chair. So right now you're doing the affiliate support stuff already, and you've been doing a good job on, growing the affiliates. What can you do as vice chair that you can't do, or that you're not doing already? And then the same question for Nick.
Well, you threw me a curveball when you said not doing already. Right now, we have 4 regional reps. We should have 6. Hopefully after today, we have 6. We have 4. If every single regional rep is voted out of here today, I mentioned about Elk County chartering in 2 weeks. That can't happen because they got to be trained. One of the things as vice chair that I want to do is train the regional reps how to charter, how to affirm an affiliate's election, how to support an affiliate and help them where they have needs. One advantage that I have is I've been a regional rep. So for me to help the regional reps in there, if they say, Pete, I've got this one affiliate and they've got this problem, I can draw on my experience as a regional rep and tell them, this is what I did. This is what worked for me. So the biggest thing is train the regional reps so that we can actually have some continuity of what we've been doing. That's the biggest thing I'm going to be doing different.
Yeah. So, like I mentioned in my speech here, what I've done over the past 2 years. Last year, I brought to the board a list of goals, right? And we looked at it as a board, and we voted to adopt those goals. We came back earlier this year. We reviewed those goals. I went through. I saw where we met those goals, where we missed those goals, how much we missed by. Reformulated it for this year. Right, I'm doing that as just the Westmoreland County Board rep right now. Now, as vice chair, what I get operationally, where I can help beyond there, is from being a Westmoreland County Board rep, I end up, as a state officer. As a state officer, then I'm working for the entire state. So I then sit on every committee. I'm involved with every committee, and then I work closer and have that officer relationship with that committee, with the members of the committee, the leaders of the committee, to work on achieving those goals. Facilitate, like I said, facilitating the back and forth, right? Because this isn't just supposed to be a, orders down from the board, you guys do this. It's supposed to be, from the committees, we think we want to go this way. We're seeing it this way. We're liking this. Bring that up, have that incorporated into those goals, and then bring it back, to the board. Let the board, say, yes, this is absolutely what we want to do, how we want to direct it, and then work with the committees to ensure we execute it. Right. As a board rep, I could go and I could join every committee, right, and try to be a member on it and do that. But as vice chair, that the bylaws specifically say, hey, you're kind of operationally in charge of the committees. I'm able to do that more effectively.
Okay, thank you. Real quick, let's go ahead and hold on. We only have like a minute and 20 seconds left. Listen, I would entertain a motion to extend for these 4 individuals, and then call it. And then I will ask for brevity on both ends. Let's try to keep it short, sweet, and to the point. So move second. Anybody opposed to that? All right. So we're going to go ahead and kill the time, and we're going to try to keep brief, just these 4. We're going to go with Reese first, then we'll go to Mr. Krawchuk.
The bylaws indicate that the vice chair should have a specific emphasis on the growth, development, and oversight of our standing committees. Does a focus on helping the region reps and the affiliates, does that duplicate the work that the affiliate support committee chair is already doing at the detriment of this unique task of focusing on the standing committees?
Is this directly both or
both?
Yeah. So if you're focusing solely on it, it does seem like it's kind of doubling it up, right? So as vice chair, you're looking a little bit bigger picture. You should be involved in all of these aspects. As a part of these committees, as a part of the affiliates, support committee, helping them achieve that. But if you're basically vice chair's affiliate support committee and affiliate support committee's affiliate support committee, it is a little bit redundant, I would say.
Well, it's an expanded responsibility. So what you're doing, what I've done in affiliate support, and I'm not even the chair of affiliate support, what I've done in affiliate support, I will be able to bring that kind of growth to the other committees. One of the things I heard, though, is about dealing with the committees. We have to remember that this is a bottom-up organization. And I'm not looking at it that I'm going to answer to the committees. I'm looking at it that I'm going to answer to the affiliates. The affiliates are the ones who are in charge of this state. And those are the ones that I'm going to really be trying to serve. The committees, you'd think, are doing the same thing. So that's where my participation with the committees would actually be more helpful for the affiliates.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Krawchuk.
Thank you. I'm going to be that mean guy. Change my mind. One of the major things, probably the most important thing this year, is that we are up to renew our minor party status. And that relies exclusively on the behavior of our governor and lieutenant governor campaigns. What are you going to do to make sure that we get minor party status?
Anything we can to help you, Ken.
That's not what I want to hear. I know you're going to do that. Both
No.
of you guys are great. I want to know specifically what you're going to do.
And that was kind of meant to be a little bit humorous, but it's also meant to be a little bit serious. You are the candidate. You have your campaign. My first question is, what do you need? If I'm vice chair, my first question is, what do you need? You know what you need. And once you bring that problem to me, it is now up to me to do what I can to fulfill that. But you're in charge of your campaign. I'm not going to dictate to you how do you run your campaign. That's you.
Yeah, my ears are always open now. Nick, what do you think?
Yeah, I think largely what Pete said there, right? It's your campaign. We need to help you with what you need. So, if I can go to my friend and say, hey, we've got a great candidate here. How much for you to come out, do videos, this, whatever we need there, social media, because that's where people are reaching, right? Through TikTok seems to take off, go viral. How can we get some of that virality to there? I don't, like Pete said, we have to have that open communication and sit down and say, figure out what you as the candidate want to do and do that. Now, one thing I do have at least is that I did run for state treasurer 2 years ago. So I do have the statewide background running. I've been out there, I traveled across the state with John Thomas to events, petitioned out there, talked to people, and really refined kind of how I petition and how I approach people and how to get that. Petitioning is going to be a big one. We've got, I've worked out a couple of different petition strategies that seem to work well in that race. So, anything we can do, but yeah, where can I find my connections? Where can I use what I've learned to provide any feedback, any help you have? I think focusing on how we utilize social media. I mean, as Matt Zeckman said in his there, if you paid attention during his campaign, I mean, his social media game was on point. And I mean, I don't know if you've talked to him on that, but he's like the kind of guy I think you should talk to and bring in on your campaign there to help you refine the social media presence and really reach voters that way where they're at.
Hold you both to that, whether you win or lose. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
He totally set you up.
We'll come back over to Mike 2.
Ryan Morgan, Bogus, Butler County. We've heard a whole lot about goals and vision. Are any of these goals and visions that you have, and this is to both candidates, do you have any of these goals plotted out? How much prep did you put into these goals? Do you have like anything written that you can go forward to? Say, if you win today, do you have anything plotted out sort of ahead of time to implement all of the goals that you've talked about today?
Yeah, so I do have a list of goals for the past 2 years. Like I said, we've adopted them as a board. We've reviewed them. I'm going to be more, I want to do this and review them more often, make sure throughout the year we're on track with them. But also previous to that, as I was pushing this, I did sit down, and it was at convention 2 years ago, a couple years, and wrote probably a 50-page document kind of breaking down all aspects of the party and where we need to go and how to do it. And trying to analyze where we're at, where to go, and what we need in those places in order to get where we really, in order to get moving at a good pace in the right direction.
Well, drawing on it from affiliate support, we've been working toward that goal of 67 by 27 for the past couple of years. The procedure or the strategy is still the same. That we do it for every single county. We do it for every single affiliate. We start with paper members. We go to lapsed members. I pick up the phone and start dialing. Some of my teammates pick up the phone and start dialing. We look toward getting an officer, a chair, secretary, a treasurer. We set up a meeting. We set up a strategy for them to try and build their growth. And that's the way we do it. And by the way, once we get the 67 by 27, we already have our next one, 201 by 31. And that's with sub-affiliates. Bringing in, we do not have enough local sub-affiliates. I can't emphasize this enough. And 201 is not a magic number. It's 3 for every county. That's where that goal is. That's the strategic planning there. And then we're going to do the same procedure. Just start picking up the phone and dialing.
Okay, thanks, guys.
All right, thank you. And then we'll go to the last question over here on mic 1.
Yeah, Allison Graham, Bucks County. So a lot of the focus of the conversation has been on affiliate growth. So going on that theme, it's clear to me that, Nick, your plan is to strengthen the existing counties and grow from that. Pete, to get everybody affiliated as much as possible across the state. I'd like to bring up one thing that's been bothering me through the weekend. We are in the Southeast right now, about 20 miles from the city of Philadelphia. I know Elia's here. He's always been here. He's been really loyal. But I would ask if is there any other delegate here from Philadelphia? Yeah, 2. Okay, great. Phil. So we have 2 delegates from Philadelphia in a state convention in the Southeast. Pete, you're the Southeast rep. So what I'd like to hear is a new plan for the biggest city, the biggest county in the entire Commonwealth to get more involved with the party. And then Nick, even though it's remote, the world works remote all the time, what your plan would be to bring Philadelphia into the fold, because these guys are great, but Philadelphia is seriously underrepresented in a convention in Bucks County where they could easily make it to it, and they're not here. So I'd like to hear that, because it's a focus clearly of affiliates on both sides.
Absolutely. And I was having a conversation earlier this past week with John Fetzko of Delaware County. I was talking to both them and Jason just earlier today of our strategic plan to try and bring this in. I had actually considered the idea of a merger between Philadelphia and Delco. That would be a wonderful backup plan, but they actually have people ready to come in. So we're looking at, what was it, 5, 6 coming in with Philadelphia. So there's already, this has been started. And if the 5 or 6 coming in doesn't pan out, we still have the possibility of merging Philadelphia and Delaware County. I think it would be very helpful. The enthusiasm when you get a merger done under the right conditions, I just got done seeing a month ago. Everybody, it's literally like people who are walking zombies, instant life come back in. You got people who hadn't volunteered in years volunteering and anxious to participate. I can see that happening in Philadelphia and Delaware County because now they have additional teammates to work with. So that's plan B. That's not even our first choice. So we are already started on working on that.
Yeah. First thing I would do is to sit down with the active members of Philadelphia and figure out, where are their strengths currently, their weaknesses, and talk about what they've seen success in and where they're hurting, and then try to formulate a strategy from there, right? I mean, we go to, we're going to have the governor campaign. So what can we do there that we can get some attention? Whether an event, events are sometimes hard, especially for us, right? It's hard to be like, a couple of people, bring a friend, 2 friends, come meet the governor candidate. That's at least something. But even, like I said, social media, showing you're out there on the street that in Philadelphia in front of some of the historic landmarks, something that makes it look like, okay, this person's here. You get a little bit of virality out of it. Maybe you get some people looking like, okay, what are these guys doing here? And then you find ways to feed it back in. A lot of that too comes down to making sure our information systems are right, making sure we're capturing that data, finding ways, to ensure that when we capture data information, we have the processes in place for the members, for whether it's the statewide membership committee to help with that, fundraising committee, whoever, to reach back out to those people and find some way, see if they're in any way interested in getting plugged in. And maybe it's through the governor campaign they start meeting people and come in. But it's the big name campaigns that really kind of start driving in, that are usually kind of drivers into the party. And we should be looking to ensure ways to utilize that.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate you. Yes, absolutely. Okay, thank you. So we're going to go ahead and hand out the ballots again. And then once we pick the ballots and we start counting the ballots, we'll ask our secretary candidates to come up and have a little Spitfire round questionnaire. I think we all know the drill by this point. Anybody have any questions on what's going to happen? Mr. Bissell?
Could we, instead of doing this twice, could we put 2 names on the cards?
No, because these are 2 separate.
So you could separate them? No, I just figured to wait.
Oh, these gentlemen haven't had a chance to have their question and answer session yet. No, I understand the point, and I appreciate that. I really do. But yes, thank you.
Allison, can I have a ballot? Yes. I gave all mine away.
You're right back. Oh, thank you.
Delegates, if I could just have your attention real quick for a non-vote related informational point. If you will look in the back of the room, we have the lovely Avens O'Brien's here. And she, if you missed her wonderful talk last night, is here and gracing us with her presence and her talents. And she is a fantastic photographer. When we have little bits of downtime in between here, please find her and ask her if she'd be willing to photograph you in exchange for a very reasonable, modest donation that supports the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania and the missions that our chair and our soon, hopefully, to be determined vice chair are going to be executing in the next year. These funds are valuable for us, but also your fantastic pictures. Like, let's be honest, being able to take libertarians and make us look good, this is a real talent. So please see Avens and help support the party, please.
Thank you. Just as a note, if you purchased a package on that, it is actually included in your package. So if you bought your meal tickets and the gold standard package and everything, that the headshots are included with that. But the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania always welcomes donations. If you want to give us more money, that's fine too. I'm going to go ahead and give last call for the ballots, or I think we're already in. Okay, so they are in and counted. So I'm going to ask my two secretary candidates to grab, just actually, since they're up here doing that with the counting now, let's go ahead and just grab one of these two mics. No, we'll grab this mic because we need to have people come up and ask you questions. Same format as last time, 10 minutes. Back and forth answers. Anybody who has questions for the secretary candidates, please step up to the microphone.
Me first? Oh.
All right, no questions for these. Oh, we got one coming up.
I'm sorry. I'm David Piper. It's my first time here. And my question is basically to you, Jason.
Yes.
And one of the first things that you said was to come up here and get to know you.
Yeah.
And stuff. And yet, when you were addressing the candidates for vice chair,
yes,
to me, it felt like you were attacking them. And it was like, I felt like I was in a standard political convention where somebody had to say to somebody, stop and wait. And I'm just wondering, after all that, because to me, I treat everybody the way I want to be treated. And the way that you were wasn't the way that I would want to be treated. And I wouldn't want to have somebody necessarily come across differently.
And I apologize. I get that all the time. Sometimes, because of my military service, my affect seems very aggressive. My wife says that to me constantly. We'll go into a store and I'm standing there looking for a salesperson, and none of the salespeople are coming up to me. They're going to other customers. And I say, why is no one doing that? My wife says, you look like you're about to kill somebody. And I don't realize that. But it's just because I spent so many years in the military and special forces that unfortunately my affect seems very aggressive.
Well,
it doesn't intend to be.
Thank you for your service. But I'm just saying it was really weird because my guard went like right up.
Sure.
Because
Yeah.
as a secretary,
Yeah, it
More
does that.
important than all the credentials or anything else that you said is how, what method can be used to ensure that you're not going to go, get.
Well, no, and sometimes we need to challenge people.
Absolutely.
Right? We need to go out and say, hey, look, that sounds like bullcrap sometimes, right? I'm not saying what you were saying was bullcrap. I'm just saying sometimes we need to do that. We need to challenge people and put them in a position that sometimes may be a little uncomfortable to see what they're going to do, what they're going to say. Right? If I challenge somebody, right? Not just I'm sorry, you're here, so you're an easy target, right? I'm not trying to point you out, but if you challenge somebody and you see how they react to a challenge, it says a lot about that person. And in this instance, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to challenge people, question people to see what their response is going to be in that moment, because it tells me a lot about that person. Does that make sense?
It does make.
Because we're making a big decision here, right? This is an important decision for all of us because it's going to where we're going to be, 2 to 4 years from now, right? It's an important position because it's about growth. We have target numbers that we're trying to meet. We have goals that we're trying to do, and there's a lot of things that we've already tried, right, and that haven't really worked. And some of those focuses haven't really worked out for us. So in this case, right, one, you're right, I probably come off a little aggressive, right? That's just the kind of guy I am. I apologize for it. I'm not intending to be. But also in that moment, I was trying to challenge him, both of the candidates, to say, hey, look, what are you going to do? We've already tried some of the things you're talking about, right? What are you going to do that's different to move us ahead, right? Because I want to see what you're going to say, because I need to make my decision, right? I didn't come in here with a decision on anything, right? I have to make my decision on the information that's provided. And that information that's provided sometimes isn't everything I want to hear. So I got to challenge people to come up with that extra stuff.
Well, we all come into places with different biases, and by who we know.
I came in with no bias. I came in to find information, and that's what I was doing. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but there's not a human being alive that doesn't have biases that can even be subconscious. I'm just sorry. I mean, it's just like, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Did you want to touch on that at all?
I don't really know what I would say.
Right. Okay. So we have another question over here by Alpha, the current secretary.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So my question for both of the candidates is, how familiar are you with the documents of the party?
I would say that I'm very familiar with the governing documents of the state party. Having served on the governance committee, I've engaged in deep study of previous iterations that we've had, and we worked very diligently last year to rewrite the bylaws that we adopted last year. We also have our platform, which we also rewrote last year. I helped that and was leading on that process as well. Right now, we're working to rewrite the policy manual as well, because we've rewritten the bylaws. A lot of the policy manual doesn't connect the way it used to. So I'm working on that as well. So, I would say that I have a really strong familiarity with our governing documents, and that familiarity will allow me to understand the requirements of our secretary, the specific requirements beyond just the generic secretarial duties, as well as the requirements that our affiliates and committees have in their reporting, and will guide me in supporting them and helping them meet those reporting requirements. That way we can have the data and information we need to basically answer the questions that we have.
So, being very upfront, Reese has far more experience with the state documents than I have. I have read the current version, iteration of the state documents that we have that were published, just this last year, or just this last year. My local documents, I've had a lot of experience in helping develop, just the stuff for Delco, but at the state level, I have not. But that doesn't mean that I would not familiarize myself with that in a very quick fashion. I've got 2 master's degrees. I read quickly. I type 75 words a minute. I can type up to 100 words a minute if I'm copying. I can get up to speed really quickly. But currently, Reese does have far more experience with that than I do.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take these two last questions because we're getting tight on time. Again, all four gentlemen, brevity is the key here. So we'll go with TJ first, then we'll go over here to Michael.
So I have a two-part question. One, how many words per minute can you both type accurately? Alpha, it's a struggle. So I wanted to make sure we can figure out how much they can type. And then secondly, I don't expect you to have full knowledge of it, but I know both of you have knowledge with CRM. But what is your knowledge on the limitations that the IS committee can actually do to fix the CRM? Because it's one thing to say that you want to fix it and you know what the issues are. It's another thing to know what the tech people can actually do to fix it.
Mm-hmm. So we're going to the first question of how fast can I type? I'm going to say somewhere in between Alpha and Jason, most likely. I've never actually timed myself, so I'm not certain, but it's a reasonable pace. As for the limits of the IS committee, I imagine as secretary who's charged with maintaining the party data that I will have lots of conversation with the IS committee and what we can do with that. I'll say I've already been having conversations with Ken Molman, which for those who don't know, the state party is contracting with Ken Molman to help maintain our CRM system. I've had conversations with him, and some of the stuff that I'm looking to work on, I know can be solved. So for example, we had issues where people would make contributions and the contributions would show contributions tab as 8-party dues, but then would not be recorded. In talking with Ken Molman, oh, yes, I have a script written. I haven't been able to deploy it yet, but these are the things we're looking to do. So I've already talked to him, and I know some of the things that I am looking to accomplish can be done, and I'm more than happy to learn even more about what can and cannot be done.
So I am certified at 75 words a minute, and at regular typing, I code at about 50 words a minute. I have been known to get up to 100 words a minute, but I'm not certified at 100 yet. As far as the CRM system goes, I have looked at Civi CRM. John Fesco and I have looked at it many times over, and we have been working with the IT group on what are the possibilities. And the reality is that I think we are pushing it pretty far right now. That may be not the best platform for us to be in the future. We may need to start looking at other alternatives at some point, but that's not necessarily just the responsibility of the secretary. That is also part of the IT committee. So we need to start looking at that more broadly. But going forward, that is something definitely that I feel that everybody in this room would benefit from us moving forward with.
Thank you. Hey, Bissell's, I see you back there. Wave your hand. I got it on time. Yeah, we are there. If these can be quick, gentlemen, we can take these and move on. Okay.
I think that depends upon the responses, but
okay, fair enough.
A couple of questions ago, Jason, you said you come into a thing without having made any decisions. Mm-hmm. Having kind of joined the party relatively recently, I've been a libertarian my entire life, I think, but actually getting involved maybe about 4 or 5 years ago. One of the issues that I had when I came in here, especially into getting active with the state party, is documentation and all of the things that we're using were everywhere. I didn't know where anything was. And no matter who I asked, I got a bunch of different answers. So that doesn't really set great base work for getting people to come in if we want to grow the party.
Yeah.
So what I'd like to know is what's the plan to standardize and yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, and that is the plan. So the plan is to standardize and centralize. So we're going to standardize on one product type, be it Basecamp or something else. Standardize on one platform, integrate that platform with our existing website and tools, and then have everyone use that existing platform. So I mean that's I'm a very data-driven person. I always have been. That's why my career has gone so well. And that's primarily what I do. I start with standardization, and then from standardization, then I move out from there.
You answered it so well. I'm sorry. You know, because I mean that's exactly what we have to do. When you have dispersed systems, you have to centralize them. You have to centralize them in a way that it remains accessible to all of our members and is readable and understandable and simple. One of the things I talked about is wanting to ease the frictions that people have when they try to. So that's an example right there of a friction that people have, and I want to eliminate that. And the answer is just like Jason said, is to centralize the data and hopefully also create guides. I'm a big fan of guides. People can come in, they say, well, I have I don't know how stuff is stored. Well, we could have, as part of like an intro guide, like here's how our data is stored. Here's how you can navigate it. Here's how you can get access. Here's the access you should have based on what you're looking to do. I think those are all valuable tools, and I hope that answers your question.
From a single landing spot.
Yes.
You only need to go to one page, and literally everything's there. And then maybe even have a chat bot. So if you have a question and you don't know where it's at, you can ask it, hey, chat bot, where do I go for this? And it'll just directly link you there. That's the best way to go. Yes, we're going fast.
Yep. Okay. And real quick, we'll get to you 1 second. But as a libertarian, I just want to say boo centralization. That's all. So go ahead. Mr. Keller, go ahead.
Yeah. So this guy, Jeff Kellick, Allegheny County. This kind of leads into that question led into a little bit. Thoughts on AI. So you guys are talking about typing, transcription. Where do you guys see it going with Claude, Fathom, whatever for meetings? And then how do you see using AI tools to centralize our data, to aggregate the data, and keep in mind you're at a libertarian conference. So please answer that question.
Okay, so first, what you need to understand, everybody here needs to understand, is AI is not a single thing. Okay, AI is a concept in which tools are being written to. So there's no AI that you install and hit an executable and boom, AI is there. Hey, Bob. No, that's not how that works. AI is kind of a platform in which we can develop stuff off of. There are aspects of what's being considered AI that I feel are very appropriate for something like us, like Zoom. We very often use Zoom. Zoom has transcription built into Zoom. That is a form of AI because what it's doing is it's taking speech, converting it to text, and then allowing that text to be indexed so that we can search that text later using other tools to be able to pull up summarization and other things. Depending on at what level we all agree is okay, I feel is the right way to go. Now, for something like, just generating a transcript, right? I feel like most people get on board with that and make the job a lot easier because on Zoom, I said what word and I can figure out what direction things are going, and I can summarize that using AI or not AI to be able to come up with a report that we can spit back out. Okay, but do I think that we're going to be using AI to figure out demographics on things? That's where things get sketchy, and I don't feel like it would be.
As for my overall thoughts on AI, I'd say I'm cautiously optimistic. I think this is a very powerful tool that we need to start evaluating how we can use it. But we have to proceed cautiously. A lot of times the AI systems, these tools that are being used, can at times compromise our data. And that's not something we want to do. We don't want to basically hand a giant database of all of our personal information and our political leanings over to a system that could then, basically get hacked, leak it, provide it to other people. We don't want that. We want to maintain the security of our data. So we can't go gung-ho integrating every new AI that comes out to see what works. We have to proceed cautiously and investigate tools before we employ them.
All right, thank you. Gentlemen, thank you. You go ahead and return to your seats, and we will start the election process. Yes, actually, I have results, and they have changed. So we do have a vice chair. I'm going to go ahead and read off the. All right. Nick Siselski received 29 votes. Pete Schwartz had 23 votes, and we had 2 votes for Noda. Congratulations, Nick. All right. Thank you. If my tellers would come up, we're going to go ahead and give the ballots for secretary. And then we're going to do one last one for treasurer once they start counting those ballots. I hope that one is a quick one. I would assume that it'd be a quick one. So. Oh, hey, you gave me two. Okay, let's go ahead and start handing those in. All right, does anybody have a ballot? If you still have a ballot, go ahead and raise your hand for me, please. Once the tellers get up here, we'll go ahead and close it. Okay. The ballot collection process has been closed. At this point, I would entertain a motion to open nominations for treasurer. Thank you. Second, any objection? All right. The nomination process is open for the position of treasurer,
I
Mr.
feel
DeRazio.
passionately about this position.
Mr. DeRazio.
I'd like to nominate Greg Perry.
Right. And excellent. We already know that Greg Perry has accepted that position from his report this morning when we asked him. Is there any other nominations for treasurer? We have a motion to close nominations and a second. Any objection to closing nominations for treasurer? Okay. All right. So if you guys are okay, I would just like to do a voice vote on this one. Okay. Your options are Greg Perry or Noda. Okay. So, well, we can. Right. No, that's great. So, yeah. So let's go ahead and do this. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do this vote, and once we dispense of this, we'll take about a 10-minute break just to give them some time, and that'll let us get till 3 o'clock, right? And then we can announce that, and then get into our gubernatorial candidates at that point. After that, so all in favor of Greg Perry for treasurer for the next 2 years, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Oh, I'm sorry. Noda. All right, thank you. Greg Perry has been reelected. I might add that is the second time in a row that he has been elected by unanimous vote. So, and he's doing great things. So we're happy to have him aboard and happy to keep him rolling. So, all right, we're going to go ahead and recess until it is 2:48. We'll come back at 3 o'clock. By then, our teller should have the secretary results. Then we'll jump into the gubernatorial nominations. Thank you.
There's a few other people.
All right, just about a 4-minute warning here. If everybody can start heading towards their seats so we can get rocking and rolling on it. To apologize for something that was kind of done. Do we know who has the raffle tickets? Does Mr. Reinhardt have the raffle tickets? We have them right up here. Perfect. All right, let's go ahead and find our seats. It is 2:59, so let's go ahead and get ourselves back in order here. If somebody wants to run outside and tell the smokers to come on back in. Okay. All right, so I have an announcement for the secretary race, and then I want to apologize to everybody. I said we're going to go ahead and do the gubernatorial next after that. That is not the way that the agenda reads. I apologize. I got a little ahead of myself. After this, we're going to break off into our regions, our regional affiliates, so we can vote on our region reps. So I'm going to do, I deliver this, we will go ahead and I'll have the areas kind of raise their hand and I'll direct you in somewhere in this area, so that way you guys can get your stuff done. So, and again, we're getting close to what's supposed to be the end of the day, which is excellent, and I appreciate that from you guys. So, yeah, we'll go ahead and get started. So we're going to go ahead and read the secretary results now. Okay. Okay. So Reese Smith with 37 votes, Jason McMahon 16, Noda 1. Congratulations, Reese. All right. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and move into the regional representatives races. We're going to start with, I'm going to leave the Northwest for last. You usually go one there, Glenn. So our Southeast people, where are we at here? Okay. Since you guys are mostly over here, let's come up here in the front, give you guys a decent amount of room. I'm going to guess the next largest is going to be my Southwest group. Okay. Yes. You guys just hang there. Okay. My Southwest folks, I want you to go to the back corner, back over there. Northeast people, right up in front by the cameras. And then South Central will meet over here by the kitchen and by Luke. And then we have the Northwest. Glenn, you stay right where you're at. And then we have North Central, one of my favorites. Why don't you guys take a step back, right back by that last row of tables there, right behind you. Okay, so what I'll do is I will bring cards around so that way we can get a tally on that and I can announce those. If you are the regional representative for your area, you are obviously the chair for this meeting. So let's go ahead and get that done. Thank you.
No, otherwise I'm working out.
All right, everybody, the votes are in for our regional representatives. Everybody wants to have a seat. We'll go ahead and announce those. Yes, sir. I messed up your entire card system. I literally just grabbed like a few off the top. I'm sorry. Yes, I know. I didn't even think about it until like right this second when I saw you. So. Right. Right. Okay, if everybody could have a seat, we can go ahead and get back into business and keep it moving. Okay. So while people are having a seat and getting set up, I'll go ahead and start reading these off. We will start with the best side of the state. The Northwest Region Rep will be Glenn Tuttle. Congratulations on your unanimous decision. The Southwest Representative will be Mr. John Thomas. The North Central representative will be Courtney Turner. Congratulations. The South Central will be Possum Mitch Mankiewicz. The Northeast representative will be Autumn Pangaea. And the Southeast representative will be Mr. Peter Schwartz. Congratulations to all of you, and I look forward to working with you, some of you again, and some of you for the first time. We got a lot in store for you guys coming up, so I'm looking forward to that. So the next item of business, everybody, is our gubernatorial candidates. Am I correct in that, Mr. Secretary? I don't want to mess it up again. So I will go ahead and entertain a motion for nominations of our gubernatorial candidate, our governor candidate for this one.
I move to open nominations for governor.
Motion and a second. Anybody opposed to opening the nominations for governor? Okay. Nominations for the office of governor of Pennsylvania has now been opened. I will now entertain motions for nominations for governor.
Morgan Bogus, Butler County. I nominate Mr. Ken Krawchuk for governor.
Mr. Krawchuk, do you accept? Okay. Excellent. Thank you. All right. Do I have any other nominations for the office of governor?
Brandon Bentram, Bucks County. I'd like to motion that we close nominations for governor.
Motion to close nominations. All right. We have a motion and a second. All opposed to closing nominations for governor? All right. Nominations for governor are now closed. All right. So what we're going to do now is we're going to let Mr. Krawchuk come up, give him a few moments. Obviously, we know Ken doesn't do a few moments. So, yes. So we're going to let him come up and then give his speech, which I'm looking forward to hearing, and then we'll get into voting at that point. So, Ken, come on up.
First of all, thank you for the nomination. Gee, we should have a Toastmaster or somebody to. Are we counting how many times I say Toastmaster?
We may have an over-under going right now.
All right. What I'd like to do is introduce myself, talk about my strategy for the campaign, what you can do about it, and then open it up for questions and answers. Sound good? There you go. Thank you. First of all, I've been a libertarian, registered libertarian since 1993. This is my 34th state convention. I've been to every one ever since I started. The first one I went to had one woman at it. I'm glad to see the party rounding out a little bit more. Past state party chair, 2 terms. Eastern vice chair, back in the days we counted such things. I've been on the judicial committee, I don't know, 10, 15 years, most of those as chair of the JC. I currently serve on the National Judicial Committee. God forbid. By the way, I'm running for re-election on that. If you're going to the National Convention, throw my name in there. I've run for public office 9 times now. This will be number 10. I ran for governor in 98 against Tom Ridge, 2002 against Ed Rendell, and 2018 against Big Bad Wolf. And I'm a Toastmaster. Are we counting? Okay, good. The goal of the campaign, there it is. I already said this, has one main primary goal, and that is to achieve party status for the Libertarians in Pennsylvania. Thank you. Everything we're doing is that one goal in mind. I already looked up. We need 44,700 and some odd votes. Call it 45,000 is a round number. We've been getting over 45,000 votes in just about every election, statewide election in this century. So I think we're okay, but I'm not going to take that as a given. So that's what we're aiming for. Number one, party status. Second most important thing is lightning. As the governor candidate, I pull in the media lightning. So I want to stand alongside of every one of our candidates. I'm going to do an appearance with every state rep and every state Senate candidate that we've got, so I can put my arm around them so when the lightning hits me, it hits them as well. The more media we get, the better. And it'll help our local candidates as well. And they'll also be a good help because any signature that they get also counts for the top of our ticket. And that's pretty important. Now, as for the methodology, so I want to thank those people. Last year at the convention, I talked to every single person at the convention saying, please set up a recurring contribution. $1, $5, $10, $1,000 a month, whatever you can afford. And a lot of people came to help out on that. That's why in the back of the room, I have hundreds of signs. I have thousands of cards. So we're already set up, already get ready to go rolling. I'm hoping not to take home any signs with me today. Primary day is coming up. Maybe you're going to be out there collecting signatures at your polls. Maybe you're not. But whatever you do, take that sign, get it out in front of your polling place so that people know that I'm coming. Some people are going to go, oh my God, he's running again. Whoever, you never know. This year, I'm opting away from those flyers that you always hand out that people like crumple up and throw away right away. Instead, I'm opting for business card sized things. I've got a bunch of them in the back. I got a bunch more there that I haven't yet pulled out of the truck. It has everything on it that the flyer would have. It's got my smiling face, name, contact information. But on the back, it's got my top issues that I'm running on. And by the way, I'm not going to talk about issues right now. I'm going to save that for the big gala event tonight. And I hope I'm not disappointing anybody. So we got the signs, we got the cards. Easier to hand out, easier for them to stick in their pocket, not as quick to throw away. People have been telling me that I should be using refrigerator magnets because they're even harder to throw away. And I'll be shifting over to that too, assuming that we got enough funds to cover those sorts of things. Always sounds good. So that's what I'll be using as my main tchotchkes for the campaign. Yard signs, cards, and refrigerator magnets once we get around to it, and that'll be soon. You can have all these neat things, but they're no good unless they get out there. So I'm going to be traveling the state. As you know, I've already done, I don't know how, I'm up to 7 or 8 running around the state campaign tours. And I got to thank Autumn for helping me out on a lot of those. You're the man, woman. Well done. And a lot of you know, I visited your county meetings, just coming out, maybe sitting in a bar and having a couple drinks. I'm going to be doing the same thing again. I'm going to start traveling, and I don't plan to stop for the next 7 months. I guess you saw my chariot out there in the parking lot. Man, oh man, nothing captures attention like a driving dumpster. No, that's not true. It's a wonderful thing to have because it drives itself. When I get out there now, I push one button. It says home. And I just sit there and I watch it go. Direction signals, braking, left, right, slowing down, speeding up, all those things. It's been running virtually flawlessly. The only complaint I have sometimes, it'll try and turn on red when it says no turn on red. It's probably the only complaint that I have. So I'm ready to go. I got a car that's going to be driving itself. So while I'm just sitting there, I'd enjoy the scenery. I could work on campaign speeches, whatever it may be. Even better than that, I've got free supercharging. You know what that means? It doesn't cost me anything. So I'm going to be traveling the state. Now, this is where you guys come in, because I could travel the state There was one time where Autumn and I forget where it was, like Allentown or something like that. It was just me and Autumn sitting at the bar having a couple drinks. That I'll never do. I want you guys to line these things up for me. I have now deputized all of you as spokespeople, scheduling people for the 10K4PA campaign. I want you to contact everybody you can. I want you to contact universities. Start with the political science department. Don't start with the dean, because if he says no or she says no, that's it, it's over. The political science guy is going to be interested. If you know students in political science, start with them, have them get to their teachers. Universities, one of the top things, because the young people, they're energized. They know things are messed up, and they know we libertarians have solutions. Another thing is I'm going to be running as the education candidate. So that's important to hit the schools. But you know there's even a more potent group that can tie us all together? Homeschoolers. Because my plan, thank you. Because my plan for education, they're going to look at me with wide eyes and say, oh my God, yes. And I'll be talking about that tonight. Just put a little bit of excitement beforehand. Podcasters. I already heard people talking about podcasters. I've already done several. I did one a couple days ago. I think it just got released. Supposed to go out on the 25th. It's going to be going out to the world. If you know a podcaster, if you watch a podcast, anything Pennsylvania related, get in touch with them and say, hey, I'm a representative scheduling for the Crotchuk campaign, and how would you like to have Ken on the air? Let me know. That'll give me something to do when I'm sitting at home, something to do when I'm in the car, as the car is driving me to your homeschool group or whatever it is. Very, very important. Use your imagination. Do you listen to talk radio? You know, I did talk radio for 5 years, right? I know the gig. If you listen to a talk radio station, call them up. Say, hey, when you having Ken on the air? Anything. It could be an event, could be I don't know, like, are we going to do, what's that Pennsylvania CPAC group called? Henry's thing. Big conservative thing. I've been there before, speaking as the governor candidate. Anything at all, any kind of thing, I'm counting on you guys, because the best way that we can get our message out there is by just telling people. They don't hear about us. I'm not going to have $1 million to do a blanket the state in airtime. Got to do one-on-one, little retail campaigning. Not going to knock on doors because I want to get a group. Even if it's like 2 or 3 people, I don't care. If I'm going to be out traveling around the state, a lot of times I'm going to have to fill in gaps in the schedule. And that's what I'd be looking for. So if you're doing an ad hoc group, that's great too, because I can shivel. And I will be doing my own schedule. So contact me directly. There's not doing, and I got to do this to keep my dear wife happy. Also, we're big campers, my wife and I. We met on a camping trip. I camp all the time. I just got back from a week on the Appalachian Trail. Been doing it every March going back to 1972. I've missed 2 years, so almost everyone. So if you're a camper, I'm going to be camping out along the campaign trail. Come on by. Stop by to visit the campsite. Camp out with us. We'll make a big libertarian camping. So think about that as I'm coming out your way. So the broad strokes of what the campaign is going to look like. In terms of the tchotchkes, we're going to do the yard signs. We're going to do the little business cards. I'm going to be traveling the state, visiting the different things that you guys set up for me. But we need a kickoff. There's got to be one huge kickoff event. What we're looking at doing is renting out the steps of the Capitol building before the primary. I'm looking at either Saturday the 9th, maybe Sunday the 10th, which is Mother's Day, Hallmark Day, I might call it, or the weekend after that. But it's going to be one of the weekends before the primary. Because one thing that I want to do, and this is what Greg and I talked about for 45 minutes today, I want to be on the ballot for primary day. I'm not talking about just a nomination. I want 5,000 signatures in hand to submit to Harrisburg before primary day, so that when we get to the new cycle, they're covering all these other people, and oh yeah, the Libertarian, he's already on the ballot. I've done this several times before, and I know a lot of you have too, and Richard Schwarz in the back can certainly back me up on this. It always winds up July 4th weekend, people are like, oh God, we need another 10,000 signatures. What are we going to do? I don't want to do that again. So that's why I'm aiming to have primary day. I want to do an announcement, big announcement. You guys all come to Harrisburg. Do that announcement there. Say I'm on the ballot. 5,000 signatures. Some people say, oh, you don't want to do 5,000? That's going to give them time to research and find out which ones are bad. I don't care. I don't care, because I hear we got, what, 18 state reps running? Or 15, whatever. Do the math. The minimum is 300 signatures for each one of those. 300 times 17 comes out to 5,000 signatures. That gives us a 100% cushion just based on our state reps. And since I'm going to be out there with the state reps anyway, that's going to help bring even more attention to the whole thing. So if we can get all those signatures, get them next 2 months, and it's doable too, because I've talked about this with Greg. I also talked to Andy Jacob, who's a Pennsylvania paid petitioner. Him and his brother, great guys, man. They helped me out a lot over the years. I said, Andy, I got this idea. What I want to do is take, say, 1,000 registered libertarians off the SURE database, send them a petition and a business reply envelope. Nice letter from the governor candidate. Please send it back. If out of 1,000, if we get 2 or 3, it could be a bad idea. We're not going to do that again. If we get back 100, well, geez, we already got 500,000. 1 million. Cost for that per signature would be $1. Could be 2, a little bit less, somewhere in, depends how many signatures are on there when it comes back. I said, Andy, how does that sound? He says, well, it depends upon your list and everything. He says, I've seen other people do it, and they can usually get away for maybe $2 or $3 a signature. And Richard, jump in, contradict me if you'd like on this. I said, what's the going rate for a paid petitioner now? He goes, oh, $5, $7, maybe even $10 a signature. So it sounds like a winner way we can do this. If we do 1 big mailing a week, 1,000 a week, we've got 8 weeks between now and then. If we're bringing in 500 signatures a week, 600 signatures a week, that's it. It's done. We can do this just on the back of the mail-in campaign. I saw the state's got money. It's going to cost a couple $1,000 each one of these mailings, less than that. So we have the resources to do it. We have the candidate to do it. We got a reason to do it. We got a big event coming up. All these things are there waiting for us. But except for one thing. There's always one thing. Those of you who were at the convention last year, the year before, actually, let's go back to 2022 when I was the chair of that convention. You remember that convention, man? How many of you were there for that 2022 convention? Look at that. Oof, that was a lot of fun.
That's one word for it.
At that convention, we were looking for a governor candidate, and somebody said, Ken, do you want to do it? And I says, dude, my wife told me that if I came home from the convention with a nomination, my bags would already be packed and I could just keep right on going. So I asked my wife to be here today. Come here, Roberta. Well,
he's going to run for governor this time, but he's already got it written down. Roberta does nothing. Okay. Okay. I just, I support him. I don't want him actually to be governor, but I want him to get the libertarians on the, status to be up there. And yeah, so I support him. I'm just not going to do anything.
Rule number 1, Roberta does nothing. Thank you. Let me look at my notes. I think I said everything I intended to say, except one thing, and I've been doing this to some of you in the audience. Where's Dave Shera? Oh, he already left. A lot of people come up to me and say, Ken, you know what you ought to do? You ought to do X. X would be a great thing. And I say, you're right. You are now the person in charge of that. If you have an idea, I want to hear it. If you want to head up something, if you want to say, Ken, I want to do different yard signs. Ken, your yard signs suck. Alpha, can I ask you to do me a favor? Can you put up that yard sign that I sent you earlier? It's in the LPPA account. Somebody sent me that says, here's a much better yard sign. And I don't know. I don't have an artistic bone in my body. So what I said is, let me present it to the convention and let you guys decide whether you like it or not. Some of you have seen it. Some of you say you love it. Some of you say you hate it. So I'm going to leave it up to you to decide whether or not we're going to be doing something like that. There you go. So the point is, I can't do this alone. I need a graphic designer. Anybody out there a graphic designer? TJ. You got one? This is what I need. Tell you what, we'll get them all together in one room and let them argue it out. Mogus, you know one too? And that's exactly what I need. Exactly the kind of stuff. So let me, you know what the other signs look like? The one's on the back wall in the front there. This one up here. Let's see a show of hands. How many of you like the one up front? How many of you want to like the one in the back better? Holy.
I like them both. What about both?
Yeah, you like them both? No yard signs. Yeah, which one?
I kind of like the front one better.
All right, we'll just do a round of applause. Front one. Back one. Oh, man. Mark Bizzacco, if you're watching, you were right. But the idea is, if you have an idea for something, let's do it. I don't care how outrageous it is. Maybe we're going to do an open carry park cleanup, which we've done in Montgomery County before. That really gets their attention. Be creative. I'm counting on you guys. Invite me out to your colleges. Invite me out to your open carry cleanup, or whatever it is. Send me your ideas, because I can't do this without you. Now, one of the main things to do, social media. I haven't mentioned it yet. I'm not a social media guy. I've never done any of it until Elon bought X, and then I just started looking at X. So what I've done is I've asked around for somebody who can do social media, and I got a guy who volunteered. Where's he at? Ben, come on up here, Ben. What I'd like to do now is turn the microphone over to Ben for a few minutes so he can give you guys, no? Mr. Chair, do we have time? Do we have, how much time do we have?
You're probably already past time.
All right, well, when I asked Ben if he wanted to.
Yeah, Ben, come on. Okay.
All right.
We're running a little ahead of schedule right now, so we are okay.
All right. So let me ask Ben to give you guys talk about our social media approach for a couple minutes.
This was Ken's idea, not mine. So yeah, I volunteered to run Ken's social media. Between being a full-time student, it's been good to fill my empty time. So I've run social media for other campaigns. I've run social media for musical acts as well. So I'm like a little bit experienced in doing this. I'm also addicted to Twitter, like a lot of us are. So I made a couple bullet points here of what to do and what not to do if you're running social media. And I'll be quick because how much time do we have, Mr. Chair? All righty. All right, cool. So authenticity comes first. People are obviously sick of polished politicians, and the posts that actually get a lot of traction are the raw, unscripted ones where Ken speaks straight from the heart about real freedom solutions, ending property taxes, fixing our failing schools with education savings accounts. He's the education candidate, obviously, and promising to veto every tax increase. So be bold, be real, and never apologize for libertarian principles. Consistency wins. So you definitely can't post just once a week and then expect a bunch of results. You have to post quite regularly because that's what the algorithm tends to favor. So multiple posts every day, statistics, memes, reactions to, hot topics in Pennsylvania news, things like that. That's all good stuff. It's going to keep Pennsylvanians scrolling. Short form video is king, and AI has definitely helped us with that. Like we have a subscription to the Grok Imagine, and you can just type in whatever prompt you want, and it comes up with a cool little video. And you might have to try a couple times for it to get the spelling right, but once you do, it tends to work out pretty well. And you can post that to Instagram or TikTok or whatever, and get a bunch of clicks. So engage like your campaign depends on it. Don't just broadcast. You got to reply to comments. You got to answer questions. You got to run polls. You got to turn followers into an active online community. That interaction will build trust, and it turns passive scrollers into volunteers and donors. Finally, on my list of what to do, you got to amplify each other and always call to action. One account can't break through alone, but when we tag fellow libertarians, share each other's content, and end every post with follow Ken at Ken K for PA. By the way, if you're not doing that already, go on to Instagram, Twitter, Facebook at Ken K for PA, the number 4. And so now I'll go on to what not to do. Slightly shorter list here, but don't go silent for days. I kind of alluded to that already. Don't post generic party slop. If it sounds like a press release, it will get ignored. People want genuineness, and they want to hear Ken's voice, not canned talking points. Don't argue endlessly in replies or feed trolls. I know I struggle with that myself on my personal account, but definitely don't do that from a professional campaign account. That's a bad look. Although you guys got to help me convince Ken to let me bully these politicians on behalf of him. And finally, don't forget to track what works. So if you're not looking at analytics, you're flying blind and wasting time on low impact posts. Thanks, guys. Talk to me if you want any social media advice afterwards. 10K for governor.
Yeah. All right, there it is in a very large nutshell. Any questions? Uh-oh. Theft! Come on.
All right. Actually, we're gonna do a question and answer session real quick here with Ken, if that's okay with him. I'm sure it is. Real quick before we do that, for my Toastmaster counters, where are we at? How many? 6? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So anybody who has questions for Ken, let's come up to both mics, and then we'll just go into session here. Back and forth, and I'll count it, and we'll go from there. Okay, so we will start right here on mic 2.
Joshua Zisman from Philadelphia. What about the debate?
What about the debate? I love to debate. Now, it depends upon the organizations to do the inviting. The League of Women Voters has always been receptive to us. When I ran in 2002, I was on 4 debates, 2 of them broadcast nationally. So I'm there for the debates. Now in 2018, they said, oh, this is Big Bad Wolf. He says, I'm not going anywhere. And who was the other guy? Was it Mastriano? I forget. No, Wagner. He said, I'm not debating Ken either. There were no debates in 2018. So you know what we did? I said, the heck with you. We went to the League of Women Voters and says, we want to debate. And they said, the other guys don't want to come. So what? So what? We can have an empty chair with their picture on it. So that's what we did. We organized one. We were at the VFW over in North Hills, not too far away from here. Me, the green guy, Pennsylvania Cable Network came in, broadcast the whole thing. Francine, I forget her last name, their VP of marketing, moderated the debate. League of Women Voters brought in their Pennsylvania director to introduce it and everything. We had a full debate. If they don't throw a debate for us, I'm going to throw a debate for us. Answer the question.
All right. Thank you.
Good
Mike
question.
2.
How has Toastmasters helped you in your campaign?
Good.
I think we're going the over tonight. Yeah.
You know, right now, there's the international speech contest going on. And there are 7 levels going up to the world champion of public speaking. The end of this month, the last Saturday of this month, I'm up to level 3. My speech is about when I joined Toastmasters, I used to get asthma attacks when I tried to speak in public. Truth. I went to see Larry Coughlin, my congressman, and I asked about the space station, and I couldn't get through my question. That was then. My speech is about how it took me a year and a half. I started to lose, well, not butterflies. Some people get butterflies. I would get pterodactyls, you know, the pointy wings things. And that's what my speech is about. And I get to the point where I learned this. I learned how to present my message. I learned how not to be afraid. I learned how to handle crowds, how to handle hecklers, all these things. I said, but gee, what do I do with all these skills that I've learned? I know, and this is what I say in my speech, I'm going to run for governor of Pennsylvania. And then I say, do you want to see a demonstration of what I learned? And everybody in the audience goes, yeah. And for 2 minutes, I give them my stump speech, which you'll be hearing tonight, a longer version. So I've already presented this speech to over 100 people. And I've got another 100 that are coming at the end of this month. And scuttlebutt is I'm going to win that contest. I go to our district conference. There'll be hundreds of people in the audience. It's going to be televised over and over again in Toastmasters. I learned how to present my message. I learned how to organize a team. I've learned how to cheat and sneak it under their curtain by making it part of my speech. So what did I learn about Toastmasters? Everything that I'm doing up here in front of you now, I learned in a Toastmasters club. If you're not a member of Toastmasters, you're cutting the whole movement short, because you can have the best message on the planet, but it is useless if you cannot communicate it or effectively distribute its distribution. Toastmasters made me the speaker I am today, and it can do the same for you.
All right. Thank you. Morgan.
Mr. Morgan.
All right, so I know you've told me when you came out to Butler about your interesting history with Mr. Josh Shapiro. You care to elaborate on that?
I can.
for the audience?
It'll save me the trouble of talking about it tonight. I don't call him Josh Shapiro. I call him Joshing Shapiro. Joshing Shapiro was my township commissioner way back in the last century. He was also my state representative back in the noughties. I think it was like 2005. I came to him and I says, we've got a bill. It's called the Voters' Choice Act. It's going to level the playing field for third parties, make it easier for us to get on the ballot. I have it from him in writing. I support free and equal elections, and I will support the Voters' Choice Act. Great. It gets introduced. It's referred to the state government committee. He's on the state government committee. Woohoo, we got to vote. I showed up for the hearing. I testified at the hearing, me and the Greens, Constitution Party, the communists, all of us in favor of this bill. And when it came time for a vote, guess what he did? He voted against it. Afterwards, I woke up and said, Josh, you said you're going to vote in favor of it. He said, oh, Ken, you got all summer to collect signatures. I got to go out in January. Josh, you guys voted for that. It's your law. Don't put it on me. You can't blame. Yeah, but I can't vote. Josh, you said you would. Now, I'm no Trump. I'm not going to call him a liar. I'll call him Joshing Shapiro. And I'll tell you a little back secret. This is brand new. A couple days ago, my barber used to cut Josh Shapiro's hair. And I said, can you tell me something? Something's going to irk him that nobody else is going to notice? He thought a minute. He goes, yeah. Do you know what? When he sits in the barber's chair, he doesn't sit still. And his barber, his most recent one was Ralph the Barber. So if Josh is like, if I see him doing this, says, come on, Josh, this isn't Ralph's barber shop. Nobody's going to get it, but he's going to get it. And it's going to irk him. I love the debates. That's another thing I have from Toastmasters, the ability to form your idea in your head and be concise and clear and quickly about it. And hopefully I've been demonstrating that in what I've been doing now. So anyway, that's the story about Joshing Shapiro. I'll be calling him Joshing Shapiro the whole time. If somebody says, why? Oh, I have in writing that he would support the Voters' Choice Act. He doesn't want the competition. That's more I'll be talking about tonight too.
All right. Thank you. Luke Enzer.
Hey, Mr. Luke.
Oh, that might have died.
You want mine? Just come on up here and talk. Come on up here. Oh, you got it.
Check.
No, I'm half Polish, half Ukrainian, not Czech. My brothers and I call ourselves pukes.
So I've got a bit of a longer question for you, and it's a bit of an on-the-spot question. I was debating whether or not to say it, but I think it is a very important issue, and I think it is important for everyone to hear it. And it's long because I have I'm
Watch out, Greg's
anticipating
coming up behind you. Be careful.
I'm anticipating some of your responses. So if you'll bear with me, I am asking this in good faith, though. While you're running in a state race, national and global politics can have a major impact on voter turnout. Currently, the biggest overall issue driving mass voter discontent is our country's deference to Israel. Polling shows American discontent with Israel is at an all-time high, yet both major parties are still captured by the Israel lobby. Both of your major party candidate competitors are known to be pro-Israel. Not to mention, there are impacts U.S. deference to Israel has on state-level issues, from anti-BDS laws and censorship in general to the prospect of deploying our state's National Guard to the Iran war, which polling shows most Americans believe is more to Israel's benefit than our own. Would you be open to incorporating opposition to U.S. support for Israel, such as in your Defend the Guard advocacy, as a means of tapping into this popular electoral discontent that neither of your major party competitors will touch?
Yeah. Excellent question. I've been having an argument with a green guy about this, too. I'm not running for president. I'm not running for Congress. I'm not running for anything international or anything at the national level. I'm running for governor of Pennsylvania. I'm not running against Josh Shapiro. I am not running against Stacey Garrity. I'm not doing anything like that. I'm running for the people of Pennsylvania. What goes on outside the borders of Pennsylvania, I'm not going to talk about. People say, what do you think about Israel? Well, I don't think about Israel. Well, what do you think about this war? I don't like war in general. The only thing that I can say when it comes to anything like that is that the Pennsylvania National Guard stays in Pennsylvania. Period. Period. Unless there's a declaration of war, Congress declaring war, at that point, the federal Constitution gives the president the authority to start talking about the Pennsylvania National Guard. I was a refugee during Hurricane Agnes in 1972. National Guard directly helped me. They had a helicopter come in and flew in bread. I was stuck in a little town in the middle of nowhere for 10 days. The bread was still warm from the bakery that just brought it from. The Guard did that. If the Guard is in Israel or whatever, they're not going to be doing that. I firmly support the Guard. I've talked to Dan, what's his last name? Guy, McKnight. I met up with him. He gave me all kinds of literature about it. And I'm sorry that it's not on my banner in the back. It should be the last thing. Defend the Guard. So the short answer to your question is, what am I going to do about national or international things? Nothing. People ask, what about ICE? As governor, I have no authority to enforce federal law. And if I get in the way of federal law, like declaring it's a sanctuary state or something like that, I'm liable for arrest along with the rest of them. There's nothing I can do about federal law. Talk to your Congress critter. Talk to Jamie. She's the one who's running. Right? But I'm not going to touch anything national. I'm not going to touch anything international. I'm going to focus on Pennsylvania. And tonight I'll be talking about these problems. And the best part is I've got solid solutions that I can do without the help of the legislature. Good question. But no, I'm not running for anything national. Although I did run for the vice presidential race in 2000. I came in third. It was 40-some percent, and I got 9%. I threw my support behind Art Olivier, and he became our candidate. I personally chose our 2000 vice presidential candidate. See what Toastmasters will do to you? You count that? 7? We're up to 7?
13.
13. Thank you. All right. Any other questions? I think I'm done.
All right.
Thank you. I need your help. I can't do it without you. You guys have already done a lot. I've got a list. I've been checking it twice. Get in touch with me. I'm going to come to your county meetings. I'm going to come to your homeschool meetings. I'm going to come to your talk radio shows. And I'm going to get out of the way before Greg throws me off the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Excellent. Thank you, Ken. I don't know how you have that much energy at your age. That's incredible. What you get? Okay. All right. So are we ready to take a vote for the governor candidate now? Okay. So we have on the ballot is Ken Krawchuk and Noda. So let's go ahead and dispense with this. All in favor of Ken Krawchuk for the 2026 gubernatorial candidate for the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? I'm sorry. Damn, second time I did that today. I'm sorry. Noda? Thank you. Mr. Krawchuk, congratulations. We look forward to working with you and doing whatever we can for you. All right, thank you. So now we are going to entertain a motion to open nominations for our lieutenant governor candidate. Second, any objections? All right, thank you. Nominations are open. The floor is now open for nominations. Mike 2.
Drew Rhea, Armstrong County. I would like to nominate from Armstrong County, Mr. John Thomas.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, do you accept the nomination? Okay, thank you. Do we have any other nominations for lieutenant governor? Guys, I'm all over the place here now. I apologize. Motion to close. Do I have a second? Anybody opposed to closing nominations for lieutenant governor? Okay, nominations are now closed. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do the same type of thing here with John. I think John will be a little quicker than Ken. So yeah, come on up, John. Thank you. That's my Ken Krawchuk counter, the Toastmasters counter. There we go. Go ahead.
I've only been to about 3 Toastmasters meetings, so I will be quicker than Ken. So in the early 2000s, Nassim Nicholas Taleb wrote a book called The Black Swan. And that book talked about black swan events. For a long time in Europe, the only swans that were known were white swans. There were only white swans. White swans were all there were. And then the Europeans discovered Australia. I know there were already people living in Australia. They already knew it was there. But for Europe, it was a new discovery. And in Australia, there were black swans. Europeans had trouble rectifying this. Swans are white. What in the world is this black swan? And they had to redefine their thinking completely because of this black swan event. I think America might be ready for a black swan event. 2 years ago, people were saying the Democratic Party was dead. Today, people are saying the Republican Party is dead. People are ready for something new. But the problem is with cancer, and I've known people who've had cancer, is that unless you kill it completely, it will come back. Right now is the time that we kill the duopoly completely. And we do that by bringing that energy that you just saw from Ken Krawchuk. We do that by not giving up. We do that by every single person in here recognizing that we need to go after the cancer cells. We have the opportunity ahead of us to do something great, and I say we do it.
You mind staying there for a moment? We're going to see if we have anybody has any questions for you. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Do we have any questions for John? Anybody, please come to the mic. I see Morgan getting up. Come on down, Morgan.
Morgan Mogus, Butler County. As Lieutenant Governor, I believe you'd be the president of the Board of Pardons. Would you be willing, God forbid if there's a draft, to pardon every single draft dodger in Pennsylvania should things escalate more than they already have internationally?
Absolutely. As the chair of the Board of Pardons, I would not wait until there was a draft to start pardoning people. I would start pardoning all people who've committed crimes that involve no aggression. They would be pardoned right from the beginning. And people who dodged a draft have not aggressed against anybody. They would absolutely be pardoned, along with drug offenders or anybody else.
So as also, I believe as Lieutenant Governor, you sit on the Board of Parole. Would you aggressively pursue paroling anyone incarcerated for drug convictions or gun charges in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania that do not have, obviously, transposed on someone else's rights?
Right. I would look more towards pardoning them completely, but if short of that, sure, we pardon them. Yeah, so one of the things that I've been quite active in for over a decade now is a jail ministry. I go into jails at least once a month, and I speak to people in jail. I recognize their humanity. I think too many times people get up and talk about issues and don't see the human side of it. I've seen the human side of people who are locked away, people who are separated from their kids. It's a religious jail ministry, and they're saying, "John, please pray for my son whose birthday is today. I haven't seen him in a year and a half." It's heartbreaking. People are separated from their friends, family, and loved ones, and it's because of a senseless war on drugs that we need to end immediately.
Thank you. All right, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, since you said you weren't originally a Toastmaster, you actually did pretty good because there was only 2 ahs and maybe 4 misplaced ands. So if you weren't a Toastmaster, you done good.
Well, I did go to a few Toastmaster meetings, so I have some practice.
Okay, got another one here.
So Ken just conscripted all of us to be his individual campaign managers. You've run some pretty solid campaigns yourself there. I just wanted to see if you've spoken with Ken. I mean, I know he's just become the nominee there, but what's the planning process like, and what are you planning on doing as part of this gubernatorial campaign?
Yes, Ken and I have been in communication. I look forward to working with Ken. And basically, like all of you, I am ready to do whatever Ken needs me to do to move the message forward. Ken is our education governor, or he will be. So I have a background in education. I've worked in schools for close to 2 decades now. I homeschooled my kids, so that homeschool connection is vibrant with me. I've taught economics to a homeschool co-op. So those types of issues that Ken is already running on, I can back it up. And whenever he says this works, I can be like, here's examples of how this works.
But will you be driving around camping in random places about the state of Pennsylvania?
I have not camped in a while. My wife does not like it. Ken is lucky to have a wife who likes it. But I like camping, so absolutely. Whenever Ken and I are in the same area, I would love to go camping with Ken.
All right. So if we're good, we'll go ahead and move on to a vote for the lieutenant governor candidate. Again, it is Noda and John Thomas. So all in favor of John Thomas, please say aye. Aye. Noda. There's one there. Mr. Thomas, congratulations. You are now our lieutenant governor candidate. I got to tell you, that is two hell of speakers. Some of our most eloquent speakers that we have in the LPPA, and I'm looking forward to the messaging and seeing what you guys put out. So thank you very much. We do appreciate it. I know that it's a burden, and I'm sure that we are all here excited and ready to help you out. So thank you very much. And Mr. Secretary, can you please bring up the agenda? We are currently at 4 o'clock, almost on the dot, folks. We're doing pretty good.
Point of information, I think it would be.
Mike, too.
Thank you to Ken and John for alerting me ahead of time of your runs, because your boys come prepared. I have petitions. I better not see a single petition in this folder. Come see me. We can start collecting today. Thank you.
Yes. So basically what we want to do is make sure that you sign a petition, right? And then take it with you, or everybody signs one petition or whatever, however that works there. And then we get, take some with you. Then let's start getting out there and getting some signatures. Oh, here he comes. Yes.
With over 50 people here, if everyone takes one signature page, fills it up with 50, we have over 2,500 signatures just from people in this room doing that. That gets us halfway to Ken's goal of having 5,000 signatures by primary day.
Yep, exactly. Thank you very much. I think we got one thing left. Am I wrong? Okay. Okay, so here's what we got left, everybody. If you actually take a look, it's not quite the awards and recognition. We literally have two major items of business left. The first one is seating the LNC delegation for the national convention in May, and then we have some resolutions and some awards to give out. Now those are all supposed to be done tomorrow morning. However, I can tell you now that we do not have an entire slate. We do not have a full 47 people on our list for the LNC delegation. So we essentially could get that done before we close tonight in 1 hour. And basically, if we get all that done tonight, we can hang out, have some fun. For first thing tomorrow morning, have the board meeting for those members who are on the board, and we can head home and get on. So are we okay with doing that? Okay. Okay. So what I'm going to do before we get into that, I'm going to give everybody about 10 more minutes. If you want to be on the delegation to national, now is the best time to do it, because what will happen is everybody else will be an alternate, and then you get ranked from there. So you don't necessarily guarantee a spot if that's the case. If you want to do that, that has to be all set from there. So I'll give everybody about 10 more minutes if anybody would like to do that. So we'll go ahead and just recess for about 10 minutes so you guys can go do what you need to do super quick. 4:15, we're gonna come back in and knock this out, and that'll be it. Again, if you want to be on the delegation to Grand Rapids as a delegate for Pennsylvania, please come see me now, so that way we can get you on that list. Thank you. All right, we're going to get back into session here in about 1 minute. So let's go ahead and find our seats and get in. So while everybody's coming back, just want to let you know we have our candidate slate, and then we have we'll go ahead and vote on that, and then we have, I believe, 4 resolutions, Mr. Secretary. I think they're all going to be pretty close, right? 4 resolutions, and then we just have a couple honors and awards to hand out to some of our outstanding libertarians in Pennsylvania for this past year as well. Okay, well, it better hurry up. Okay. And while we got people coming back, I want to say, Brittany, thank you for maintaining and keeping that amount of coffee on hand. That has been, honestly, has probably been the MVP of the weekend. So, yes, thank you very much. That is much appreciated. I have 37. Okay. We're missing 2. All right.
I'm looking forward to let's get close to the second half. You, Reese, sir, you have a hard goal. I tried to.
Go ahead and get back down here. We're gonna go ahead and vote this. The Secretary's computer system over. We're having problems. Okay.
ago. It was brought up. I put it in the report on the public relations. Last year, we did several resolutions at convention. Of those, I sent the press releases out, and we got a radio spot from that. Reese took that. Reese did a great job on the radio. It was on like an hour's notice. I'm at work. I get an email. Can you come on today? I'm like, Greg, who should do it? He's like, you do it. Reese does it. John does it. Whoever's available. So like, you know, coming from the convention body, these are our statements. These are things that we're going to put out there in press releases, and sometimes we can get some earned media from it. So,
yeah, they seem to gain quite a bit of traction, and they're pretty good. So, Mr. Secretary, do you want to bring the first one up that was sent to you? And I need to know who it came by.
Would appear that the resolution for medical freedom was the first one to hit the email. That'd be this one here.
Now, you go, actually, yours are upside down. So the one that says yesterday, as for the resolution condemning abuse of government. So who brought the resolution for the abuse of government? Was that you? Okay. Okay. All right. So go ahead and grab the mic, and let's go ahead. This is a resolution condemning the abuse of government power in property rights dispute.
Alpha, can I just scroll it off of you? All right. So it's Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania resolution condemning abuse of government power in private property rights disputes. Whereas the protection of private property rights is a foundational principle of a free society and is guaranteed under both the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And whereas Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro is currently engaged in an ongoing legal dispute with neighboring property owners in Montgomery County involving approximately 2,900 to 3,000 square feet of contested land. And whereas the governor's neighbors have alleged in federal court that he unlawfully asserted control over their property and used state resources, including Pennsylvania State Police, in connection with that dispute. And whereas Governor Shapiro has denied wrongdoing and has asserted a legal claim to the property through the doctrine of adverse possession, resulting in ongoing unresolved litigation between the parties. And whereas Governor Shapiro has denied wrongdoing. Whereas the use or alleged use of government authority, personnel, or resources in private disputes raises serious concerns regarding abuse of power, unequal enforcement of the law, and violations of individual rights. And whereas no elected official should be afforded special privilege in disputes involving private citizens, nor should state power be used or appear to be used to influence or control private property conflicts. And whereas the Libertarian Party affirms that government exists to protect rights, not to provide advantage to those in positions of political authority. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania reaffirms its unwavering support for private property rights and equal protection under the law for all citizens. The party expresses grave concern regarding the allegations that government authority or resources may have been used in private property dispute involving Governor Josh Shapiro. The party calls for a full, transparent, and independent review of any involvement of state resources or personnel in this matter. The party condemns any use of political office to gain advantage in private legal disputes, whether real or perceived, and the party urges that this dispute be resolved through the courts without interference or coercion, in accordance with due process and equal application of the law.
All right.
The party, 6. The party reiterates that no individual, regardless of office, is above the law, and that public trust depends on strict adherence to that principle.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion from Mr. Cozen to adopt this resolution. Do I have a second? All right. Do we have any debate regarding this? All right. All in favor of adopting the motion, please say aye. The resolution, rather. Please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. That has passed. Okay. Mr. Secretary, bring up the second one, please. Is this the war resolution? Yep. All right. Who submitted the war resolution? Was that Bucks County? All right. Thank you. Mr. Bentram.
Brandon Bentram, Bucks County. So first of all, guys, we're doing fantastic here at this convention. This is really, really good. Thank you all for coming out here, sacrificing time, money, treasure, taking a little bit of time away from your families to be here. And I know this day, for me, it's feeling pretty long. It's probably feeling long for you guys. However, right now, there are children with our tax dollars. So I want to give just a little bit of background, and this applies to both resolutions. I have a second one that's coming up here. And this came as a motion from the floor from Bucks County's last monthly meeting. And, if you guys look around this room, if you are looking at a lot of Bucks County delegates here in this room, because we're here, and Bucks County shows up. But the idea behind these resolutions was that our membership directed our executive committee in Bucks County to draft an anti-war resolution concerning the war in Iran and pushing for Defend the Guard. There's a second one which I'll not speak to at this moment, but I really do like that last resolution that Mr. Kozin here introduced. It's a really great kind of like biting the heels sort of thing, because Shapiro is a dirtbag, and I'd like the record to reflect that. But what we're trying to do here is we're trying to maneuver and get our voice out there in every which way that we can. And so this war resolution is designed to bring a little bit of mindfulness to this incredibly unpopular war that right now our tax dollars are paying for, and try to leverage some remarks that Governor Shapiro, our governor, made against this war to try to box him into a corner where he has to make an uncomfortable choice. Does he want to start supporting this war, or does he want to actually do something and assert his gubernatorial and Pennsylvania power by starting to champion Defend the Guard? And maybe we could be the first state to get Defend the Guard legislation passed in these United States. Now, also in the interest of transparency, I'm not taking credit here. There was a collaborative effort to be able to draft this together, and I would also welcome any of our eagle-eyed delegates here, because there are people in this room that are a lot smarter than I am. If there's something that we have missed or you think needs to be added here last minute, please don't hesitate. But I think that we got a pretty good workable thing here. Would the delegates like me to read this? I can read pretty quick, or... Yeah. Okay, so resolution of the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania condemning unconstitutional wars, opposing U.S. military involvement in Iran, and supporting Defend the Guard. Whereas preemptive strikes against foreign nation states under the guise of defense of the United States, military bases occupying foreign soil does not constitute valid pretense for war. Whereas for the second time in less than 1 year, the executive branch has launched strikes against Iran without warning and in bad faith while negotiations were still ongoing, defying all laws of basic morality. Whereas multiple American service members have tragically died in this war and dozens more have been injured. Whereas the United States Constitution assigns the power to declare war exclusively to Congress under Article 1, Section 8, ensuring that decisions of war and peace remain accountable to the American people through their elected representatives. Whereas the framers of the Constitution intentionally divided war powers so that no president could unilaterally commit the nation to foreign wars except in cases of immediate defense against attack. Whereas the United States has engaged in numerous military conflicts since World War II exclusively without a formal declaration of war, creating a dangerous precedent of undeclared and often prolonged military engagements. Whereas military escalation involving Iran without explicit constitutional authorization raises serious constitutional concerns and risks further entangling the United States in another undeclared conflict, whereas the continued deployment of American troops in foreign conflicts absent a constitutional declaration of war places service members in harm's way without the clear authorization required by Constitution, Whereas deploying the Pennsylvania National Guard units across the globe puts Pennsylvania citizens at greater risk in case of domestic attack or natural disaster, with these deployments directly contradicting an America First strategy. Whereas the Defend the Guard movement seeks to restore constitutional limits by requiring a formal declaration of war before National Guard units may be deployed to combat in foreign conflicts. Whereas the principles of limited government, constitutional adherence, and individual liberty are foundational values of the Libertarian Party. Whereas at the March regular business meeting, okay, so this language I failed to update fully for our convention. This is where I need your help. Okay. Okay, let's, can I?
Are we okay with everybody okay with striking that? Yeah, okay.
All right, let's work
Cool.
together. This
Go
is
ahead and
good
strike
here.
it. There you go.
Okay, so that's a good point. So part of this process, part of this strategy is drafting a resolution, and then this gives a voice and an opportunity for our leadership to then release a press release where they can talk more about whatever they want. If I like that point, but I need a little bit more help. Do we want to add something more specific or clarify that more? Is that necessary? I'm sorry, Ilya? Okay, so I'm hearing that since we're mentioning Defend the Guard, we need to define it.
Right. Okay, so hold on. Let's because we kind of got out of order here. Let's go ahead and finish that, and then if we whatever type of amendments we need to make, because the one thing to remove the whole thing was one thing, but now that we're talking about changing something, let's go ahead and finish the rest of it. Get the motion in a second, and then amend it from there.
Okay.
On what you were just mentioning. Yeah, so like Brendan was saying, with these resolutions, once we pass them, I've been drafting the press releases. So generally, I'm not sending the word for word resolution, right? This is an easy way to kind of read it. This will get posted out, put on the website, things like that. But really, whenever we go to issue the press release, I'm kind of summarizing things down and trying to hit key points to it. That way it's kind of readable in an email format when it goes into press sources. Just something to keep in mind also on that.
All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and finish this up, get our motion second, and then let's amend as we need to.
Okay, I'm going speed read. If I'm going way too fast, somebody throw something at me. All right. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania sees no valid justification for the death and destruction caused by the latest in this long line of disastrous wars and calls for an immediate ceasefire and peace agreement. That the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania formally condemns any United States military involvement in Iran or any other nation that has not been explicitly authorized by Congress through a constitutional declaration of war or specific authorization for the use of military force. That the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania calls upon Congress to immediately reclaim its constitutional authority over war powers and to require a clear and public vote before committing American troops to foreign conflicts. That the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania expresses its strong support for Defend the Guard legislation and encourages its adoption at both the state and federal levels to ensure National Guard units are not deployed into combat overseas without a constitutional declaration of war. That copies of this resolution be transmitted to the members of Congress, Pennsylvania state legislators, and the leadership of the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania to reaffirm the constitutional limits on war-making authority and to encourage support for Defend the Guard legislation. That Governor Josh Shapiro has sworn an oath of office as is found in the Pennsylvania Constitution, Article 6, Section 3, I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support, obey, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Commonwealth, and that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity, that he is duty-bound to protect the interest of Pennsylvanians and champion and pass Defend the Guard legislation.
Okay, thank you. So
the cattle auction will be after the event.
All right, so we have a motion. Do I have a second? Okay, thank you. Now let's bring it up for debate, amendments, things like that.
I have the verbiage to fix what everyone wants. So on the where is portion, if we add hold on, I'm getting there. Defend the Guard movement. All right. Whereas Defend the Guard movement seeks to restore constitutional limits by requiring a formal declaration of war. If we change it to whereas the Defend the Guard Act affirms that pursuant to Article 1, Section 8 of the United States Constitution, I'll send it to you, Alpha. Article 1, Section 8 of the United States Constitution, only Congress has the authority to declare war and seeks to prohibit the deployment of Pennsylvania National Guard units into active combat absent a formal declaration of war formed by Congress.
Take a breath. Good job.
Yep, there we go.
Okay, he's setting it to Alpha. So we have a motion to amend. Do we have any more debate on that or anything? Come on up to the mic.
Excuse me, one of the first paragraphs in the resolution, if you could scroll back.
Give him one moment here.
We'll document what we're doing here.
Okay.
Okay, so where are we going? Back up to the top here?
Yeah, all the way at the top. It says the second whereas, for the second time unless the executive branch, I think it should say the executive branch of the federal government, because this is the state party. And I think the executive, Josh Shapiro, is the executive branch of Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chair, aren't we in the middle of a motion to amend a different part of the document?
Yes, we are out of order right now. So
Okay.
stay where you're at. So what we'll do is we have a motion to amend.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm going to need a second for the motion to amend. Second, do we have any debate on the motion to amend? Okay. Is there any objection to the amendment that we are making? If not, we'll just go ahead and pass it. Excellent. That motion to amend has passed. Now we're back to the original motion to pass it. Now you can make a motion to amend that particular portion.
So we had a motion to change one section to different wording.
Yes. We had the motion to amend that section.
Right.
Yes.
It passed?
Yes.
Apparently it passed without even having to put the.
So
Okay.
he read it.
All right.
We
Fantastic.
put it through. He's going to go ahead and do it. I mean, we can sit and wait.
So the previous motion maker, since he was not a voting delegate, I'll make the motion on his behalf.
Thank you. Okay. Your name and county, please.
Calvin Manjone, Bucks County.
Okay. Proceed, sir.
So to specify that we're referring to an executive of the federal government.
Okay. So you motion to amend, adding the words executive branch of the federal government.
Yes.
So the words that you would actually be adding in the
second one.
second whereas, after executive branch, the four words of the federal government. Yeah, the federal government. That's fine. I had 3 the first time. Brevity. That's a good word. Okay. Well, I don't have a second yet, so you can change that if you'd like. The executive branch of the United States.
Okay, executive branch of the United States it is.
Okay. So, of the United States. Okay. And that is the motion to add those words, correct? Okay. Do I have a second? We have a second. Any debate, discussion regarding this? Call the question. Question has been called. You just actually gave me more work to do on that one. Everybody okay with calling the question? Okay, awesome. Any objection to this motion at all? Okay, that is passed. Thank you. Do we have any additional amendments to this?
Brian Peltier. In the initial verbiage, I think we said there were dozens injured. In fact, now the numbers are like in the hundreds. So potentially the verbiage would be more powerful if we address the numbers in hundreds versus dozens.
Okay. Do we know where that section is?
Yeah.
All right. Alpha, go ahead and find that for me, please. So, do me a favor, stay there for a second because we're gonna head do it formally here. As soon as he finds it. Dozens. Whereas multiple American service members have tragically died in this war, and dozens more have been injured. So, what you're saying, you want a motion to amend by removing the word dozens and adding hundreds.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion to amend that whereas section to strike dozens and add hundreds on that. Second, debate. If you have a
That's what we're doing,
okay.
I would trust if anything they are under.
So is that's okay. Thank you, Allison.
All right. To try to address this, I'm going to be that guy and try to amend the amendment.
Okay. All right. Let's do it. Let's do it.
I move to insert before the word hundreds the word reportedly.
Okay.
Reportedly hundreds.
So we are going to, it's motion to amend the amendment to add reportedly in front of the hundreds.
And the reason I want to do this is I like the word hundreds in there because you say numerous, what's numerous? Hundreds is there, and the reports are saying
Holds a little
that.
more weight,
So,
right.
so that accounts for any variation you have there and holds the same impact.
All right. Thank you. So we have a motion. We have a second. Any further debate on this particular amendment to the amendment?
So just for clarification, in front of hundreds, put reported. And should hundreds be capitalized?
Very good. All in favor of adding this is the amendment to the amendment. All right. So this is for the word reportedly. So all in favor of adding the word reportedly, please say aye. All opposed? All right. That has passed. Now we're going to go into the hundreds instead of dozens. All in favor of adding the word hundreds instead of dozens, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Thank you. That has passed. Do we have any other additional amendments to this resolution? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and move to a vote. All in favor of adopting this resolution, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? That resolution has passed. Thank you. Thank you. We have, I believe, 2 more, maybe 3. So, Mr. Secretary, whenever you get a second, go ahead and get the next one up, please. Fran, is this you again? And
Audio expert fix the static.
Who's that?
full accountability?
Yeah, we do.
Okay. This is an Epstein resolution. Mr. Bentram, Bucks County.
All right, Brandon Bench from Bucks County. Bring in the wood chippers. All right. A lot of the intent with this is very similar to the intent with the last one. However, the strategy is a little bit different. This is trying to kind of shine a little bit more light on the shadows that they're trying to sweep this Epstein stuff into, especially our wonderful commander-in-chief right now who's bumbling through everything. So the idea with this is to try to continue to keep this in the media, not let this fade away, because myself and a lot of other people have speculated that some of the purpose of that ugly, ugly war is to try to make this go away, and I don't want to see that happen. So do we want me to read this again, and at what speed? Okay. Rapping is right off the table, Allison. You forget I don't drink alcohol. I'm not going to try rapping.
All right, Mr. Benchman, go get it.
All right. Calling for full accountability in the Jeffrey Epstein case and affirming the historic role of jury independence. Whereas the protection of individual liberty and equal justice under the law are foundational principles of free society. Whereas the criminal enterprises surrounding Jeffrey Epstein involve the exploitation and abuse of vulnerable individuals and raise serious concerns about the ability of powerful individuals to evade accountability. Whereas public trust in the justice system necessitates consistent application of the law regardless of wealth, political influence, or social status, whereas Americans remain deeply concerned that individuals connected to the Epstein network have yet to face any investigation or prosecution, whereas reflecting this concern of the people, Congress passed the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Thank you, Thomas Massey. Whereas the Epstein Files Transparency Act was signed into law by President Donald Trump, whereas the U.S. Department of Justice has been in violation of the Epstein Files Transparency Act by unnecessarily delaying and excessively redacting such documents, whereas the doctrine of jury independence, commonly referred to as jury nullification, reflects the historic role of juries as a safeguard against the unjust laws or politically motivated prosecutions, whereas throughout American history, juries have served as a final barrier between citizens and the abuse of state power, whereas at the annual convention of the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania, the delegates affirmed this resolution. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania calls for complete transparency and accountability regarding Jeffrey Epstein criminal network and urges that all individuals implicated in crimes against victims be fully investigated and prosecuted under the law. That the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania affirms that no individual, regardless of wealth, status, or political connections, should be beyond the reach of justice. That the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania supports educating citizens regarding the historic independence of juries and the role jurors play as guardians of liberty within the American justice system. That the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania affirms its opposition to laws criminalizing peaceful, victimless conduct and supports broader criminal justice reform consistent with the principles of individual liberty and limited government. That the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania encourages widespread use of jury nullification as a tool of protest, especially until transparency and justice is rendered concerning the Epstein network. That the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania calls for the resignation and or impeachment of United States Attorney General Pam Bondi and any and all persons in the United States Department of Justice who violated the Epstein Files Transparency Act. That the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania calls for the resignation and or prosecution of all individuals who aided and abetted the cover-up of documents related to the Epstein files at all levels of government. We're looking at you, FBI. That this resolution be shared with members of Congress, Pennsylvania state legislators, and the Libertarian National Committee as a call for transparency, accountability, and equal justice under the law.
I could listen to that all day, but that's incredible. Okay, so we'll take that as a motion. Do I have a second? Second. Debate, discussion regarding this.
Okay, that's a very good question. Thank you. So the part of the strategy with this in Bucks was the idea that we want to bring jury nullification into this, and as part of the press release, use it as a vehicle to say that in effect right now, until they take the Epstein files seriously, any non-violent crimes should be nullified through jury nullification. Now, just a secret between me and everybody else in this room, I'd like to see jury nullification extend beyond that, even if they actually do things about the Epstein thing. But yeah, so the relationship is to kind of promote jury nullification while applying leverage and pressure about the Epstein cases.
Whereas paragraph from jury nullification, please.
So So the intent basically is if you're not going to convict pedophiles, then don't convict anyone else and nullify all their crimes. So if you can't put the billionaire donor who gave money to whatever congressman in prison for diddling a kid on Epstein Island, then don't convict anyone in court and use jury nullification till they want to actually enforce all crimes.
5.
As a tool in protest.
Yeah, well, it's not a general, it's not general suggestion. That's not. So it's that the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania encourages as a form of protest. Widespread use of jury nullification. It encourages increased widespread use of jury nullification in all individual cases involving non-violent.
I see your attentiveness in this. I need a little bit more help.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not a new process.
Okay. You want a more direct link. Yeah. This, spelling out why we're doing this for this. I need more help.
Yeah, I mean, Gary Chester. Yeah, I got to come up to the mic sometime during this thing. Yeah, I mean, just being real. Jury nullification. If you're in D.C., the juries in D.C. are going to not necessarily are going to tend to be very biased, and turn around. Very likely, if you brought Pam Bondi in front of a jury in D.C., there's every likelihood that they would nullify whatever was brought against her. So it's a double-edged sword. So I think I agree. It there's not, at least the way it's written, there's not a real clear link.
Oh.
And it just muddies the whole thing.
Okay,
up.
so we have 2 options here. We can either motion to amend this portion, or 3 options: motion to amend it, motion to remove it altogether, or motion to keep it, or just keep it. Okay, so you have a motion to amend to remove section 5 of the. So, all right. So a motion to amend to remove all portions of jury nullification in this section. Yes, and that, yes. Do I have a second on the removal? All right, we have a second. Any further debate regarding the motion to amend to remove all the jury nullification out of this? Alpha, scroll up, please, to the top. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I think that's where the motion came from. The motion to amend was to remove all the stuff about the jury nullification from this document, including the title as well. We do have a motion and a second. Do we have further debate regarding this? Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead and vote on the motion to amend. And again, that amendment is to remove all the jury and jury nullification portions of this resolution, to remove it out of that. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Noted. 3 abstentions. Okay, that motion to amend has passed. So now we are focusing this resolution directly on Jeffrey Epstein. All right, watch behind you there. We had Henry, Mr. Haller was coming up right before you, so hold on.
Henry Haller from Allegheny County. I'd like to oppose this resolution. This Epstein fiasco, it's turned into a witch hunt where anybody with any peripheral mention in the documents that have been revealed is subject to not necessarily prosecution, but certainly is being attacked in various ways. There's actually been no concrete evidence that Epstein was part of a cabal, if you will, of sex offenders. As far as we know, he was the only guilty one. So far, now, recognizing that some of the redactions may be hiding things, but so far there's no concrete evidence that anybody else was actually involved in what he was doing. And because of it has become such a witch hunt, I don't think the Libertarian Party should be part of this, of what it's become. So, like I said, I would urge you to vote against this.
Thank you.
Sorry. So I wanted to add at the bottom, more
Okay.
towards the end of it. Be it further resolved that the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania recognize.
Hold on. Let's get him there.
So 1 second. This set of amendments right here, just strike this and change the name.
Anything that says about jury or jury nullification.
Right, so the title has been amended, that part's been amended. Because I was busy swapping back and forth and didn't record the.
That's fine. Let's give you a
Okay.
second to catch up. Okay. TJ, are you
I'm emailing it to him right now.
emailing that? Thank you.
Yep.
Hang in there, guys. We're getting there. I appreciate your patience.
I just sent it to him, so you should have it.
Well, as soon as he's clear with that, we'll let you go.
My wheelchair is setting it off.
Okay, so what's the next section we're looking to amend?
Allison, please come. Come on up here and help him get rid of all the jury stuff. Thank you.
This is the other amendment. No, I'm gonna have to go. Make the amendment document after the convention.
Strike things and you have an original.
Right.
That's how I'd do it. So I would strike and affirming this.
That's already been done. It hasn't been done on this document, but it has been.
This has to do with criminal. So this one's fine. This one's fine. This one's fine. This one's fine. This mentions no jury. Trump. This one.
I didn't know. It was over under, so I picked 7 and it was betting over.
Yeah, he and the number was 13. So I never got a chance. I came in, I just got busy. I was in the 4. I was probably going to take 10. Where my thoughts was going to be. Okay, so what we could do? He has the big speech. Let's do a secondary one. Let's do a secondary one.
Or it might cover it. There's something to it.
Write down the name, just a. What I want you to do is just the closest number. Right, not over under, closest number. Like $2. All right, so we got that done. Thank you very much. Mr. Cozen, go ahead.
All right, I sent it to you, Alpha. It's under fixed amendment in your email. We're going to add it to the bottom and say, be it further resolved that the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania recognizes and supports the efforts of Congressman Thomas Massie and other public officials who have called for full transparency, disclosure, and accountability regarding the Epstein network, and urges Congressman Massie to read the redacted files on the congressional floor and continue to fight for a thorough investigation of all individuals involved.
Okay, that is your motion. Do I have a second to that motion? Second. We have debate. Here she comes. Heck yeah, I love it. Allison, go ahead.
I'm actually in objection to this because I don't think it's appropriate for the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania to direct a congressman from the Commonwealth of Kentucky to take action. I think it's the representatives of the individuals in the constituency of the state of Kentucky, Commonwealth of Kentucky, to take that action with their congressman. I think we could encourage it for them to call on Massie, but I don't think it's appropriate that Pennsylvania ask Massie to do that.
Thank you. Any other debate? Okay. All in favor of this motion to amend, please say aye. All opposed? Motion to amend fails. Okay. So we're back to the main motion resolution. Do we have any further debate regarding this one? Okay, excellent. Hearing none, we'll go ahead and move to a vote. All in favor of passing this resolution, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion has passed. Thank you. So we have 1 or 2. Luke, we have 1 or 2 left. So you just sent one in? Okay, thank you. So Alpha, whenever you get a second, go ahead and bring it up. No, what? No, I'm asking.
GPL one thing is about medical free. GLP-1 is about.
Oh, the fat shots.
Yeah, fat people.
Yeah. Okay. Like, was that Trump called? That's what Trump called him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally made a fat person resolution. Yes.
Okay. Is that okay? All right. Yeah, the GLP-1. Do we have a second? No, we don't. All right.
Fat guy did it.
Okay. Yep, thank you, Alpha. We'll take a second. The next resolution, I think there's might be this one, then maybe one more. I'm not sure what's going on, guys. There may be one more after this, but this one's going to be about the GLP-1
It's about
stuff. I honestly am interested to see what libertarians have to do with GLP-1.
It's about medical freedom and access.
Oh, okay. There we go. Thank you.
This is what Bucks County's bringing this.
No, me. TJ.
Okay.
Me.
All right. So let's do this right. What I want you to do is I motion for the body to pass the following resolution.
I motion for the body to pass the following resolution opposing overregulation of GLP-1 medications and defending patient access.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Secretary, whenever you get a second, go ahead and pull that up. And then we'll have Mr. Cozen speak. Try to be as eloquent as Mr. Bentram.
I'm going to fail
Yeah,
miserably
good luck
on
with
that.
that.
So Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania resolution opposing overregulation of GLP-1 medications and defending patient access. Whereas the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania affirms that individuals possess the fundamental right to make their own medical decisions without undue interference from government authorities. And whereas GLP-1 receptor agonist medications, including but not limited to semaglutide, Brittany's the nurse, not me, and tirapeptides, have demonstrated significant clinical benefit in the treatment of diabetes and obesity, improving health outcomes, and reducing long-term healthcare costs. And whereas excessive federal and state regulatory barriers, including restrictions on prescribing, compounding, distribution, and insurance coverage, have limited timely and affordable access to these medications for patients in need. And whereas such regulatory overreach disproportionately harms diabetics and individuals suffering from uncontrolled weight gain, many of whom face increased risk of severe complications, including cardiovascular disease, disability, and premature death. And whereas government intervention in pharmaceutical markets through approval bottlenecks, supply restrictions, and insurance mandates distorts pricing, contributes to artificial scarcity, and limits innovation. And whereas the doctor-patient relationship must remain free from bureaucratic interference, with treatment decisions guided by medical professionals and informed consent rather than centralized control. Therefore, be it resolved that the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania calls for the reduction and elimination of unnecessary regulatory barriers that restrict access to GLP-1 medications. And be it further resolved that the party supports the right of licensed healthcare professionals or healthcare providers to prescribe GLP-1 medications based on their professional judgment without undue interference from government agencies or insurance mandates. And be it further resolved that the party advocates for expanded access to safe and legal pharmaceutical compounding where appropriate in order to increase availability and affordability of GLP-1 therapies. And be it further resolved that the party opposes policies that create artificial scarcity or inflate costs through excessive regulation and instead supports a free market approach to pharmaceutical production and distribution. Be it further resolved that the party affirms that no individuals should be denied access to medically necessary treatment due to government-imposed barriers. And be it finally resolved that the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania urges policymakers to restore medical freedom, protect patient autonomy, and remove regulatory obstacles that prevent Pennsylvanians from accessing life-changing and life-saving treatments.
My Lord.
Basically, the government sucks.
Okay, that was a mouthful. Okay, so we have a motion. Do I have a second? We have a second. Debate. I see. Yeah, come on up, sir. Yep, come on up to the mic. Let's do it. So remember, if we're going to go ahead and motion to amend, let's go ahead and make that motion to amend and try to get this quick. Yep.
Are you bringing a motion to amend? I'm making a comment. I don't know if I don't have a particular motion, though if someone wants to suggest language, I would welcome it. Yeah.
Yes.
My understanding of this class of drugs is they're not necessarily without without side effects and whatnot. I don't want this to be taken as, we unreservedly suggest these things, this particular class of drugs, or like subsidies or any mandates or anything along those lines, right? So I know there's efforts in certain circles to like push everyone to get on these drugs, and I think that's not necessarily a good libertarian position to take. So I don't know how that fits in with this, but it seems like it would be, I would like to see something in this that sort of qualifies it somewhat.
Thank you.
Preston Smith, Westmoreland. I think this resolution is way too narrow. It needs to be broadened to speak for all medications or medical research. I actually think this is more of an insurance problem than it is a regulatory or medical professional problem. So I don't necessarily agree with those parts either.
Thank you.
Maybe I don't need to do this, but I was going to call the question.
Thank you. Question has been called. Any opposition to calling the question? Okay. Okay. Can you make it quick? You said a whole lot of words there, weirdo. Yeah. No, we're good. I love you, TJ.
So so basically all this is saying, it's not saying you should take GLP-1s or shouldn't. We don't care whether you take them or not. It's saying that government regulations should not force the insurance price to rise through artificial inflation. That's all. There's a ton of government regulations on these drugs. They are actually affecting compounding. Only certain pharmacies can do it. My wife and I both come from a medical background. I can tell you they're safely that they're doing it. So it's not about the insurance companies. The insurance companies are a free market. They can charge whatever the hell they want. It is about the government not regulating to overprice the insurance companies.
Thank you. Okay. So let's go ahead and move to a vote. All in favor of this resolution, please say aye. All opposed? That resolution has failed. May I just make a suggestion? Is take a couple of those suggestions that we heard and bring it back to the board, because the board is able to pass resolutions as well if we need to do so. Okay. I do believe we have, before we get into the awards portion, I believe we have one, but I believe we're going to need to have a major vote, right?
So, as everyone who was at the at last year's convention might remember, after we amended the platform, Mr. DeRazio moved to commit the drafting of an anti-war plank to the governance committee. After the this convention's notice requirements had passed, Reese and I realized that he might have meant for this convention, so we decided we wanted to we still wanted to bring something up and bring it together. It was rather last minute. It was at our last governance committee meeting, and I made a couple other changes to it. I will say that I showed it to Scott Horton via Brandon Bentrum, and other than some capitalization changes, he was, as far as I know, very much in favor of it. Now, because it's a platform amendment and it's on this particular year, it would require a 3/4 vote to consider it, and then a 2/3 vote to pass it. So, but because of the current ongoing Iran war and current events, it was thought that, I mean, opposition to war is a pretty evergreen issue, unfortunately, and it's more relevant than ever. So it figured might as well bring it to the body for consideration.
All right. Thank you. So what's going to happen is we're going to do it here, have you do it in the form of a motion first. Okay. So what I'm going to want you to do is make the motion. What we're going to need first, actually, let's not do that yet, because we're going to say we want to bring a motion that's going to require a 3/4 vote. We're going to need a 3/4 vote to even hear the motion. So, right, a motion to consider. So what we're going to need first is a motion to consider a plank addition, because it's an off year. At that point in time, then we can bring the motion, which needs a 2/3. Am I correct? majority to pass.
All right, I'll
So-
move. All right, yeah.
Yes,
like
we
I said,
will-
this is something that I definitely want everybody to take some time to read because, like I said, it was very last minute. So I know we haven't had any chance for people to see it. So, but I think everybody will like the language. Mr. DeRazio really liked it. So, yeah, I'm absolutely. Oh, do you want me to
No.
read it up before we move
Well,
to consider it?
So I think that it's pretty broad that libertarians are anti-war. So I don't think that getting through a motion to consider this Plank Amendment is really going to be that contentious. And if it is, then there's no need for us to read it anyway. We can just put it in the bylaw report for next year and the platform report. So, I mean, that's just me thinking relatively logically.
Yeah. All right.
That's fine. Well, we are at the very end here. All right. So a motion to consider.
I would move to consider the submitted platform amendment on war.
Second, we have multiple seconds. Any debate regarding considering this motion? All right. All in favor of considering this motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right. That motion passes to consider. Mr. Secretary, now we have it up. Now, Mr. Enzer, now I'm going to want a motion to.
All right. I move to adopt the following platform amendment, which would become plank 2.3 under subsection Defense of Liberty and increase all following section 2 planks by 0.1. 2.3, we advocate a policy of armed neutrality in all conflicts where the United States of America are not directly attacked and urge exhausting all diplomatic means to seek justice for such an attack before declaring war as a last resort. We advocate bringing all troops and military assets home, closing all foreign military bases, and ending all foreign aid and entangling alliances. We oppose the use of the military as a tax subsidy for foreign investment, trade, and travel. We recognize sanctions as a form of siege and thus acts of war. We oppose conscription as slavery and support conscientious objection. We oppose all intelligence activities which violate the NEP.
Okay. Yep. He's going to go ahead and pull that up for just a moment. And then I'm going to need a second on that. We have a multiple seconds. And then we're going to bring it up for debate momentarily here once we get that up. Okay. There is no mic there. So if you want to steal that mic from him, sir. Okay. That's fine.
It should be. Oh, okay. Yeah, not aggression. I know not aggression is in there in the in subsection. Okay, yeah. So then change NAP to non-aggression principle.
Okay. So we have a motion to amend.
Yeah. Would you? Okay.
Okay. So we're going to point it out. We're going to make a motion for it. We have a motion to amend, changing the word NAP to non-aggression principle, because that's how it's spelled out in the rest of the platform. Do I have a second? I think glad there. Any debate regarding this specific thing? All in favor? Opposed? Passes. Okay.
Say again. So add from foreign soil after home. We advocate. How about this? We advocate bringing all troops and military assets home from abroad.
Okay. So a motion to amend to add from abroad at the end of home. Do I have a second? Second. Debate regarding this specific from abroad. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, so just strike tax and just say subsidy. Okay.
I'm lagging a little behind here. This section that you guys added in the middle, I just need the wording so I can.
Okay. Go up to where you see it says military. We advocate bringing all troops and military assets home.
Yes.
We put the words from abroad, comma. Okay. Yes.
Okay.
All right. The next motion that we have is to remove the word tax. Okay. So on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th line down. So that motion is to strike the word tax from that. Am I correct?
Yes. Yeah. And instead just say use the military as a subsidy.
Okay. Excellent. So we have a motion. Do I have a second? Any debate regarding that? All in favor? Opposed? Passes. Okay. Now we're going to remove the word tax on the 5th line down, Alpha. He did already? Okay. He's caught up. Excellent. All right. Let's keep going. Let's do this. All right.
I would like to add federal or state to the foreign aid, like just before foreign aid, ending all state foreign aid, because I am not opposed to private citizens providing foreign aid to other people.
Okay. So that's a motion. A motion to amend to add federal and state in front of.
I actually would have I would move to amend the amendment and say government.
All right. So so listen, we have not. I was literally in the middle of talking about the motion. No, that's great because I'm glad you stopped it before I got it done. So let's just fix that to say government instead of federal and state. So the motion is to amend to add the word government.
And ending all government foreign aid.
Oh, before foreign aid. We recognize such as all four. Yep. All correct. Right there. Yep. Right after the word all. Okay. We're all. The motion is to amend to add the word government there. Do I have a second?
Second.
Debate. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes. Next.
Ben Heckman, Allegheny County. I have a motion to amend to change. We advocate a policy of armed neutrality in all conflicts where the United States of America are not directly attacked on our geographic homeland. Just to play devil's advocate, I feel like the wrong person could say, "Oh, if our military base is attacked, that like overseas." Yeah.
So the reason why I specifically say the United States of America are not directly attacked is to say an attack on one of the 50 states. That's why that's there. Just it's as a shorthand way to shortcut that that problem.
I was just thinking the wrong person could say like, "Oh, well, we're directly attacked because they bombed one of our military bases." Therefore,
Well, if that military base is in one of the 50 states, then it wouldn't cover it.
Oh my
I hate to debate.
Well, which is why I wanted to keep it.
This is usually fun. Y'all are wearing me down.
Yeah. Which is why I worded it the way I did.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. Yeah, that's all right.
The thing is,
we're not directly attacked.
Okay, so let's take a second here. Let's gather ourselves. I want a. Do you have something to tell him to fix this? Okay, then before we get a second, let's pull that back.
Okay.
Let's fix it real quick to bring it how we want it to be worded, so we don't have to fight back and forth about amending amendments and all different kind of, like, we're like 6 layers deep. Let's fix that super quick. So you two talk. I'll give you about like 30 seconds, then let's get it together. Okay. So while they're doing that, just a quick announcement. 6:30 will be dinner, and we will have a LNC candidate forum as well. So stick around. We do anticipate being done with business by that point in time, but well before that point in time, and which will actually move tomorrow's, what is on the schedule tomorrow, up by several hours. So I believe there are 3 trainings if you want to attend right here. 9 a.m. will be the LPPA Board of Directors meeting. And then directly after that, there are 2 trainings, an affiliate chair training and campaign treasurer and county affiliate training with Tony. So following directly after the Board of Directors meeting, we will get into that. Everything else before that will stay the same as far as the Dawn Vigil, and the 4th Annual Ladies of Liberty Forum will continue on as scheduled in the morning. And then Board of Directors meeting, and then the 2 trainings, and then y'all can get home. Okay, so if you stand by your motion, let's go ahead and get the mic and then make the motion again, so that way we can get it all down for funsies.
Motion to add "on our geographic homeland" after the phrase "where the United States of America are not directly attacked."
All right. On our geographic homeland,
like before the parenthesis, before the comma. Yes.
And then
there, take out the and, say one. The and.
Yep, that's the and that you want to get rid of. On. Okay. So there is your motion. Do I have a second?
I get what you're saying.
Do I have a second for this amendment? Ben, I'm sorry, there is no second.
All
that
good.
Motion fails.
All good.
Boo. Okay. Okay, well, it's still a motion. Let's do it. So
we have a historical phraseology problem here. So the United States of America prior to the end of the beginning of the Civil War was these United States of America in plural. So the word "are" is being used up there, but it's the United States of America as of post-Civil War. So it should be is instead of "are." And you could switch it back to pre-Civil War times if you want to do that. But I think that calls for a whole other plank. So it should be "is." Right there, he's got it.
All right. Motion to amend to move the one word to another word "is," I believe. Do I have a second on that? Any debate? All in favor? Opposed? Passed.
Tony DeRazio, Clearfield County. First of all, it's my fault that we're dealing with this year, so I'd like to.
That's what he's doing right now. That's what he's doing.
First, I was apologizing for putting us all through this. And second of all, I'd like to call the question.
All right, the question has been called. Second? All right. Any objection to calling the question? The question has been called. We are now to the main motion of the platform plank that we're going to go ahead and add. Again, this needs 2/3 majority to pass. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed? Excellent. That passes. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you all so much for your latitude in bearing with us. Thank you so much.
Okay, so now I'm hoping that we still have everybody here. We're going to do some awards and recognition. All right, and then we'll do what I think you wanted to do. All right. Okay, so the first thing that I want to do is for the past several years with our Civi CRM system, we have not been able to be tracking correctly some of the things that were in there. We are working through it, and we've had to work pretty diligently to go forward and pull some information. Right now, I do want to provide some pins to people who have purchased the lifetime memberships to the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania. Everybody knows that even as important and all the work that we do, it does not come cheaply, and it always has a price. And those people who provide that, help support that, are some of the biggest reasons why we're able to be here and do what we're doing today. So I have a list of a few of them here that we do need to give some pins to. So I'd like them to come up here, and I want to thank them again. So there's 6 people. So first of all is Mr. Jeff Kellick. All right. We'll keep bringing them up here. Mr. J.C. McMahon. Mr. Ilya Swarsberg. Mr. Zachary Moore. Mr. Nick Siselski. And Mr. Nathan Romig. All right. Come on up here. I want you to turn around. I think she wants to get a picture with you guys.
Right. He'll do the shake. Then you'll all just do round cat style, right? Right? Yeah. Let me see if I can get all of you. Actually.
Yes, thank you for that, and thank you all again for your financial support and all of your other support with your individual works, your county affiliate works, and your state works. So I definitely do appreciate that. Okay, so okay, maybe. Okay. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and give a few awards. TJ? Okay, that's fine. If not, then we can record it and send it to him. That's going to be the last thing we do before we call it. Okay, I have 5 more awards here. Now, we like to do these now because I think recognizing the people who put in the work is one of the most important things that we can do. A lot of our work is voluntary and often goes unnoticed or undervalued. And I think that the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania does a pretty good job with recognizing the people who are advocates and do things for us. So this first one is for consistent commitment to service in Pennsylvania, which goes to Morgan Mogus.
Politician handshake. Yeah, there you go. You got it, guys. Look at you. Excellent. Good job.
Okay, this one is one of my favorites. I enjoyed this a lot, and this couldn't have gone to much of a better person, I don't think. For impactful leadership, wisdom, and dedication, Mr. Pete Schwartz.
Enough of a smile. There we go. 3, 2, 1. Excellent.
All right. Our last two people are not here, so we will make sure we get them. I believe we have a statement for one of them. Am I correct? We'll get that one last before we get to the last one. Okay. So this one is for extraordinary service and outstanding contributions to the fight for liberty, which goes to Mr. Andy Tepper. So most people should know Andy. He is a great libertarian from the Pittsburgh area, and we definitely support that. If somebody knows Andy or sees Andy on a regular basis, let's make sure we get this to him. Come see me. We'll make that happen. Excellent. I'm happy to hear it. Okay, and this one is another one that's kind of near and dear to my heart, and probably Morgan's as well, right? This is for extraordinary efforts and dedicated service as a dedication as a candidate. So this is one of our favorite candidates this past election cycle, and that goes to Mr. Justin Lin. All right, Tony, did you have something from? Yes, please come on up and read that from Justin.
I know you're dedicated, but it's not worth dying over here, buddy. So Justin Lin couldn't make it to convention because his town is having a fundraiser for his EMS and fire department, which are going through some pretty tough financial times right now. So he sent this to be read. It's a real honor to be nominated for this award. I registered as a libertarian in 1998, so to be recognized by the party means a great deal to me. I want to sincerely thank everyone involved in the nomination and voting process. Your support is not something I take lightly. I represent one of the poorest municipalities in Pennsylvania, where the challenges are real and immediate, especially when it comes to funding our EMS and fire services. Because of that, I have a prior commitment tonight supporting a fundraiser for those essential departments. While I regret that I can't be here in person, I hope my absence reflects something important, that public service doesn't stop for recognition. My community comes first because that's what this work is supposed to be about. Thank you again for the honor.
Thank you, and thank you, Justin, for that, and thank you, Tony, for reading that off. We have one more award, and this is a big one, so I absolutely appreciate it. All right, this award has actually got me a little choked up, and I don't know why. It's so important that we actually named this award after him now. So the Greg Perry Lifetime Dedication to and Service to Liberty Award goes to Mr. Greg Perry. Greg, congratulations.
Thank you, Chair Deal. That's truly a great honor. All I can say is that I guess I'm being recognized for my persistence to sit through some rough and tumble times and still advocate for the party. And I know there are other people that have done this before, so I don't feel unique. I do feel very honored to have been singled out. But all I can say is, now you libertarians, you really get under my skin. Sometimes you drive me crazy. Sometimes I can't imagine why on earth I'm dealing with you at all. But I keep being drawn back. Because you are my people. You represent the things that I feel strongly about, that are important to me, and that motivate me. And if anything, I hope if this becomes a legacy for me, that it helps motivate others to strive towards making us all stronger and bringing us together.
All right. Thank you, Greg. Okay. So before we get to what you're getting to, our gubernatorial candidate did say that he does not want to take any of those yard signs home, nor the business cards. So make sure you grab 1, 20, doesn't matter, get them out and get them into the public. With that being said,
Mr. Chair, I move to adjourn sine die.
motion second. All in favor? We are adjourned, sign die.